Oh, this is only one part trial, so maybe we'll get away with this today. Although I guess it could be a longer trial and they didn't feel the need to split it up. Who knows? Oh, I see. I guess I should have expected this. Nobody saw the other guy, huh? But he was there when I took the coffee over, sir. Scout's honor. Maggie! Ah, Detective Gumshoe! Are you doing alright? How are you feeling? As if you need to ask either questions, sir. Don't let him get you down, Maggie. And don't forget to eat well, okay? Roger. And you! Yes? Better square this case away, got it, pal? Maggie's innocent, you hear? If you screw up, then I'll be doing some squaring away myself. Squaring away some paperwork for your arrest. I think he's serious. Hey, detective, you're on our side for once, right? Yep. So you'll be able to help Maggie out, right? Good job, Maya. Really? Can you, sir? Of course! I've got the situation under control. I'm gonna be the first witness on the stand today. Something I say doesn't mesh with the facts, make sure you point it out, alright? Sure. Okay, we're forming a united front today, pal. You got me? Oh dear. I can't tell you how grateful I am, sir. I've always admired you so much, detective. I know I can count on you. Looks like it should all go pretty smoothly today, huh? I can only wish. I mean, I'd like that to be the case, but... Court is now in session for the trial of Maggie Bird. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Bitter. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? Ah! What's wrong? Nothing. It's just whenever I addressed you in the previous trial, your response was, "You was talking to me?" It was a little, well, intimidating. No, that wasn't me. That was the phony Phoenix. I see. So our trustworthy Phoenix Wright is back with us now, is he? Our trusty? So, Mr. Godot, your opening statement, please. Mr. Trice, whether you're fake or the real deal, we'll find out soon enough through this trial today. But I can already tell you, I'm the real Phoenix Wright. I wasn't questioning whether you are Phoenix Wright or not. I was questioning whether you had studied law or not. That's what I intend to find out. There's no denying it. And that mask is a man who really hates me for some reason or another. As everyone is aware, the court has already given its verdict on this case once. Therefore, I won't stand for irrelevant testimony during this retrial. Nor will I stand for a simple repetition of the evidence presented in the last trial. I'm not planning on repeating anything that phony me said, trust me. Now then, Mr. Godot, please summon your first witness. Hey, Gumshoe. Oh. Let's start with the formalities, shall we? Name and occupation. Witness, state your name for the court. Huh? Oh, sorry, sir. The name is Police Department Detective. Occupation, Dick Gumshoe. Other way around, Detective. Huh? Oh, sorry. Anyway, I'm the officer in charge of this case since yesterday, sir. Since yesterday? Yeah, the guy who was on the initial investigation's tied up with another case now. Gumshoe's really got everything under control, for everyone's sake. I see. So, Detective Gumshoe, would you outline for the court the basic facts of the case? Yes, sir. The victim's name was Glenn Elg. He was a professional programmer. He was on the payroll of Blue Screens, Inc., a local company. This is the victim's autopsy report. The court accept this into evidence. Died of potassium cyanide poisoning. time of death was between 1:30 and 2:30 p.m. And here are the floor plans of the restaurant. When the incident took place, the victim was sitting right here. Poisoned coffee was brought over to him by the waitress. The waitress being the accused? Yeah. The victim died from poisoning almost immediately after he took a sip of the coffee. At the time of the incident, there were 2 other people in the restaurant. Mr. Jean Armstrong, the owner and chef, and a regular by the name of Mr. Victor Kudo. Still seems to be a very straightforward case to me. Trabian floor plan added to the court record. Blueprints of the crime scene, X equals the victim's seat. Come, detective, take up this hammer. And nail the defendant's coffin shut with your own 2 hands. Now then, Detective Gumshoe, let's have your testimony. Yes, sir. Poor fucking Gumshoe. When the incident took place, the victim was alone at his table, sir. Just 1 second. Okay. Oh no, that's right. So we typically looked at the scene looking north. So this was the bit that was taped up. This was the one that was free. Yeah, kitchen's over here, and there were obviously some seats behind. So the only people that were in here were Maggie Bird, Kudo, and Armstrong. Armstrong presumably is in the kitchen, and I would bet a lot of money that Kudo was sitting at one of these 2 seats here. In fact, if he was sitting here, that would explain how someone could walk in without anyone else knowing. But I guess we'll kind of get to that. Sorry, I really wanted to, actually look at that a bit carefully before we move on. We understand that the guy, Glenn Eld, was listening to the radio at the time. Traces of poison were found in his coffee cup. And what we found was potassium cyanide. That stuff really packs a punch. And, looks like Miss Bird might have had, well, some kind of motive. Using the dark, aromatic depths of coffee to conceal the poison. Glassy lady. The facts of this case seem to be ironclad. Mr. Wright, I would like to ask you to begin your cross-examination, but... Yes? Please, no intimidation tricks this time around. Is that understood? I already told you that wasn't me. Okay, so, I mean, there's a couple of things to obviously press here. Alone at his table, you understand the guy was listening to the radio at the time. So we know that he was... We know that he was listening to the radio for lottery numbers, because he was about to win it big, or he was looking to win it big. Traces of poison were found in the coffee cup. So, it looks like, yeah, so we'll press this. Some kind of a motive? But yeah, but if you ask me, it's been blown way out of proportion. You know what my golden rule is, detective. Chuck out a bad cup of coffee, you can always get another. Huh? I don't get it. I'm saying we can always get another witness on the stand if we have to chuck you out. So stick to the facts, detective. Now then, what was Miss Bird's motive? Come on, Gumshoe. She was... They said she wanted to steal a lottery ticket. I knew it. That's what we heard yesterday, too. It disappeared from the It disappeared from the scene of the crime. And it wasn't just any lottery ticket. It was a winning ticket for $500,000. Mr. Armstrong knew about that ticket too, didn't he? But he stole the wrong one. Then, is it possible Maggie stole the winning one? What should I do? Should I press on this point a little harder or not? No, I'm gonna press harder. Wait a minute. The mere fact that the lottery ticket disappeared in no way implicates my client. I have here in my hand the very ticket in question. Oh. That's the $500,000 lottery ticket? One of the female police officers found it when she was conducting a search of the defendant. Oh. Well, I mean, we already knew that the poison, that the vial of poison, or whatever poison was used, was found on Maggie, right? So, like... Actually, that was really fucking stupid. Why would... Well, I guess to create a motive. But unfortunately, that ends up linking the... Whoever put the poison into Maggie's pocket... to the person who presumably put the ticket in Maggie's pocket. What? Why didn't we know about this? Order, order! It's quite a lucky bird, our little waitress. You will submit that ticket as evidence to the court, immediately! Better keep an eye on that ticket. The way the judge's voice is quivering. Yeah. Victim's lottery ticket. A winning ticket for $500,000 found during a body search of Maggie. This ticket was presented to the court in the previous trial, too. But it feels heavier now, somehow. $500,000, you say? Yeah, it's just a scrap of paper. What matters is where it was found, Your Honor. And that's on Maggie's person, unfortunately. You really think there are any contradictions in this testimony? To be honest, I don't know. But Gumshoe told us out in the lobby. He said we'd be forming a united front, right? How will we win the case if he doesn't throw us a line? I don't have a whole lot of options right now. The best I can do is gather the facts together, I guess. Yeah, so getting that evidence was good. I will look at that, though. See if there's anything else to it. No, there isn't. Okay. Died of potassium cyanide, 130 to 230. Jean's debt is $500,000. The owner of the loan is tender lender. Lunch is expensive. You got the job listings. Got a sports paper left by Glenn. An article from December 5th, and then yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna press everything else to see what we get. Can I stop you for just a minute? Huh? What is it? Did I say something that contradicts the evidence? He's so desperate for that to be true, he's practically crying. Your testimony just now doesn't match the testimony given by Miss Bird. She claims that there was another man at the victim's table. Yeah, that's what she saw, and I... What killer wouldn't say that when faced with a homicide conviction? Hey! Sadly, the testimony isn't supported by the owner of the owner or the other customer. Isn't that right, Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, it's true. Their two testimonies tie up on that. They both said there was no other guy at the table. What should I do? Should I press on this one? No, I want to press harder on this. Well, maybe the other witnesses just missed him? Perhaps their view of the victim's table was obscured in some way. That argument is as weak as the coffee at Tribulations. Trite. I have here in my possession a ticket. A ticket? Looks more like a photo to me. Oh, metaphor. Yes, my ticket to Guiltyville. Population, the defendant. This is a photograph taken from near the entrance to the kitchen. This is the scene as witnessed by the chef moments after the poisoning took place. Oh, this is the scene as witnessed by the chef moments after the poisoning took place, correct? And I think the court will agree that such a clear view of the crime... Are you fucking for real? Literally half the frame has something in front of it that obscures, like, the left corner of the... That is... Oh, Godot, you're bad at this. I think the court will agree that with such a clear view of the crime scene... Scene of the crime... How, Mr. Trice, could anyone have overlooked a second person at the table? I can understand how. He moved to the left. Certainly seems to show the victim's table extremely clearly. Crime photo of the scene taken. Yep, cool. You understand that the guy, Glenn L., was listening to the radio at the time. He was listening to his radio, you say? Yeah, he had a portable radio in his chest pocket. Maggie told us that too, didn't she? Something about how one of them had some sort of earpiece? What should I do? Should I... Well, yeah, no, we've been getting more evidence, so like... And what was it that the victim was listening to on the radio, Detective Gumshoe? Huh? Yeah, should I know? Thanks a lot. We're now one step closer to the middle of nowhere. This isn't going very well, is it? Detective, could you perhaps tell us about the poison and how it was used? Traces of poison were found in his coffee cup. Yeah. So, traces of the poison were found in the coffee cup and nowhere else? Not sure I get you, pal. Was the poison a liquid, or was it a powder? If I had to put it in layman's terms, I'd say it was a powdery substance. So the poison could have been in anything that was on the table. Sugar, salt, pepper. Objection! Huh. You put salt and pepper in your coffee, Trice. That's not the point, Godot. The victim took his coffee black with no sugar. Oh. Okay. Nah. It seems like the poison could only have been in the coffee. What should I do? Yep, no, we're gonna press hard on everything. Are you absolutely certain that the victim even drank any of this coffee? Okay, that's a dumb question. Huh? What do you mean? According to this file, the poison was found in the victim's coffee cup. But what proof is there that the victim ever drank any of it? Objection! In case you were wondering, that last objection was for the detective there. Huh? For me? Oh, hey, you're right. He may be fooling the court, but I'm not falling for it. If you have the time to waste, you have the time to present that piece of evidence. That piece, sir? God damn it, Gumshoe, what else have you been hiding from us? Yes, that piece. What piece was it again? This. We're doing this again. Should I be grateful this coffee's only hot enough to give me, what, first-degree burns? Oh, now I remember. This is the, victim's coffee cup. Yes, the victim's cup. Take a good look at the rim. Oh, yes, it's unmistakable. There's clearly a coffee stain on it. Conclusive proof that the victim did drink the poisoned coffee that was in this cup. The victim gulped down the bitter death that the waitress brought to him. Like this. Ugh! Dear Lord, man, that must be scalding! For the record, the only prints on the cup were the victim's and the defendant's. Coffee contained potassium cyanide, covering the victim and Maggie's fingerprints. Upon further investigation of this cup, we found a certain chemical substance. That's enough. Facts of this case seem overwhelmingly clear to me. The defendant had ample opportunity to commit the crime of which she is charged. Furthermore, it seems beyond reasonable doubt that she did indeed commit this crime. Like an old man who knows the score. There is also the matter of the $500,000 lottery ticket. That alone provides a very credible motive. I mean, for that sum of money, I might be tempted to bend the rules. I don't mind an old man who is weak to the siren call of money. Oh. Not good, Nick. The evidence against Maggie's starting to pile up fast. Yeah, that's because the court has ruled guilty once already. Do we know anything about Glenn? What do we know about you? The victim was a programmer. Maggie had apparently never even seen him before. We have a few photos. There is that one picture that keeps coming up showing Glenn, like, just after he had presumably drunk the coffee. I really wish that was actually evidence, because I would like to see that photo again. Because I feel like there might be a detail. You can't see the handle on the cup. I guess my question is whether on like what hand is his dominant hand, because it would be a weak argument, but you could make some kind of argument that only the victim and Maggie's fingerprints. That's probably not actually. I was going to say that maybe there's an argument to be made that, I mean, it seems pretty clear he was, like, the implication is that he pretty clearly was killed by the poison, but, like, I'm not sure which details of this to really latch onto, honestly. I mean, the biggest contradiction we have at the moment is the giant fuck-off goddamn divider between the tables is, like, look how much room there is behind the victim here for someone to hide in the corner in the same way as in here. Like, that's absurd. This isn't a clear view of the fucking crime scene. Yeah, that's because the court has already has ruled guilty once already. I guess that's actually a really interesting thing too about this case, is like it's kind of just a natural consequence of it, but we tend to go into cases where, like, it seems initially pretty clear cut. But we've never been in a situation where, outside of the last case, we've never been in a situation where we start off with, like, no, this person has been proved guilty in court before. The evidence all speaks to it. It's not a flimsy case that it could have gone either way and Phoenix manages to kind of, like, get it because obviously it's flimsy. Like, no, this was actually pretty solidly argued at some point. So, like, fighting against that, like, an even more difficult kind of set of facts and evidence than that is a unique circumstance. Even if one of the fucking pieces of evidence presented is this. Yeah. I'd say it's about time to wrap up this repeat performance with one final decisive piece of evidence. It's got more evidence against Maggie? This is the apron the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time. Wow, that's not the cleanest apron I've seen. That stain looks like... it can't be blood, can it? Seems the star of our play is a little flustered. It somehow spilled coffee on herself. Coffee? That's not exactly the first thing that caught my eye. Oh, well, that tracks. Of course, coffee stain isn't the most important thing about this apron. No, something else that stands out even more. Something else? I presume you mean... Of course, I'm referring to the pocket. The pocket? A search carried out right after the incident uncovered this. Potassium cyanide, the very poison used by the killer, was in her apron pocket. A bottle of poison in Maggie's pocket? We already knew this. Yeah, and Maggie's prints were the only ones on it. Okay, well, I actually know that. Then that establishes that whoever put the poison in Maggie's pocket would not be leaving fingerprints. So there could be fingerprints on other things that we just obviously never would have seen because, yeah, the perpetrator wasn't leaving fingerprints. What? Order, order, order. The court will accept these items into evidence. Worn by Maggie at the time of the incident, has a small pocket but big stains. A deadly powdery poison bears Maggie's fingerprints found in her apron pocket. Something's still bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-covered stain that... The blood-colored stain that's smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a blood stain. This is such weird characterization. I can't tell if this is, like, him acting, or if he's actually, like, he's really good at these, like, narrow things about being a prosecutor, but also just sucks at other things. Like, it's really bizarre. You don't need to be told, just look at it. Well, detective, could this stain really be blood? No, wait, sir. That's just ketchup, sir. Ketchup? She must have gotten some on her apron before taking, while taking some on their breakfast that day. You could have spoken up a little sooner, Detective Gumshoe. Pull a stunt like that again and I'll have you drink 17 cups of ketchup, witness. I thought everyone knew what it was already. Now, I guess to be fair to Gumshoe, if there was blood on the apron, presumably from the victim, like, he was poisoned, he would have been coughing up blood. That probably would have been mixed a lot more cleanly with the coffee. So, like, just an isolated stain of blood probably wouldn't make a lot of sense. Especially given the fact that there wasn't any blood on the counter either. Or on the table. Because, obviously, if he's coughing up blood, then, like, yeah. So, like, if I sat here and thought about it, no, it's probably not blood, unless there's something fucking else was going on, but, or it's just a really, like, poorly crafted, fake evidence sort of thing. I haven't seen anything yet to make me doubt the last ruling I made on this case. The motive, the opportunity, and the supporting evidence, they've all been clearly established. Well, Trite, it seems you really are a phony after all. You really know how to drive a man nuts. Witness, please continue with your testimony. Describe for the court the crime scene and the findings of your investigation there. Investigation. The crime was reported at 2:25 by a kind of scary old man, sir. Poor Maggie had passed out from the shock. It must have been real tough for her. Here we go. Oh no, that... If the coffee cup kind of dropped as he was holding it, like, yeah, the right hand would be... Right hand would be where the, thing is. Now, obviously we can't present this as evidence, but I find it interesting that he looks a bit different in this shot. But I guess, I don't know, it's probably nothing, honestly. The victim didn't have any identification on him, but we figured out who he was pretty quickly, and then the investigation went smoothly. When Maggie was searched, we found the lottery ticket and the bottle of poison. And that was it. There was nothing else missing from the crime scene. You identified the victim and suspect, and secured your prime suspect. Very good. Last chance to convince the court you're a real lawyer, Trite. Don't count on any more cross-examination after this one. So let the fun begin. Alrighty then. Crime was reported at 2:25. Poor Maggie had passed out. The victim didn't have any identification on him, but we figured out who he was pretty quickly and the investigation went smooth. Wait a sec. Huh? Did I say something dumb again? Let me paraphrase what you just testified to this court. The victim didn't have any form of ID on him. That's basically what you said, yes? Yeah, basically. In that case, how were you able to identify the victim so quickly? Oh, that. He's so let down, he's got the whole sagging shoulders and puppy eyes thing going on. I mean, Phoenix, that's been his thing. If you're just realizing this now, I'm very concerned. There was a prescription bag on the victim's table along with a lottery ticket. It seems Mr. Glenn Elwood visited the doctor before he went to Tribulations. We got the victim's name from the medical reports of the doc who prescribed the meds. That's a reliable enough source for the court. What should I do? Ask about his health insurance. It's got the prescription bag. So what sort of medicine was in the bag? Well, actually the bag we found was empty. Huh? Yeah, completely empty. It was completely empty? Huh. The victim got this from the doctor before going to Tribulations. The bag is empty. Well, wait, if he visited the doctor before going to Tribulations, then there should have been something in it. So did someone steal that? Huh. Entering an empty paper bag as evidence. Desperate, are you, Trice? Now, what happened with the investigation after that, Detective? Maggie was searched, we found the lottery ticket and a bottle of poison, and that was it. There was nothing else missing from the crime scene. What do you mean there was nothing else missing? So the $500,000 lottery ticket and the bottle of poison were accounted for? Yeah. Interesting. It's true that those two items are accounted for, but wasn't there another lottery ticket that was stolen that day? Oh, yeah, the one the restaurant owner took. He won a whole $1 with it. What a lucky guy, huh? And they're just going to let him get away with it? It was just $1, Detective. I guess no one cares when it's that little. Except for Gumshoe. I don't find a hole in this testimony. The judge is going to hand down his verdict. Gumshoe isn't giving us anything to work with. And we can't find any contradictions if he doesn't give us something. Yeah, that's true. Maggie and Gumshoe are like Dumb and Dumber. Okay. I get why you'd think that about Gumshoe, Phoenix. I completely understand that. That's a bit harsh on Maggie, I'm not gonna lie. Our only hope is that they were so dumb they missed something obvious. Come on, Gumshoe. Be the dumbest you've ever been. Okay, let's actually go through all of this now. Scary old man, Detective Gumshoe? There's an old man who's a regular at the restaurant where the incident happened. Hey Charles, how's it going? Ah, we're obviously talking about the same old man. Officers were dispatched right after the report came in, but the old guy still made a fuss. What took you so long? Then he hurled abuse at them. And seeds. Seeds. There was nothing. I caught each one with my teeth. Okay, Godot. Tone it down a little bit. It's not even the mighty Godot can avoid being attacked by that guy. The old man was the only other customer in the place at the time. He took his time finding a payphone, apparently, so he was late reporting the crime. Yeah, what was the time of death again? Time of death was between 1:30 and 2:30. Okay. Right, so it was reported at 2:25, but the estimates obviously... Yeah, okay, sure. That makes sense. Poor Maggie must have passed out in the shock. How long was the defendant unconscious for? The officers got to the crime scene in around 2:40. Maggie was still out cold in the kitchen at the time. In the... Sorry? It took another 10 minutes or so before she came to. Would have liked to have been on the scene myself. I bet you would have liked to have carried out the search too. Okay, Phoenix. Wow. Yikes. I would have loved to see Maggie sleep like that. All pretty and peaceful. You're a professional detective, Gumshoe, not a professional birdwatcher. Phoenix, you just implied that, Gumshoe would have loved to have done the fucking body search. You have no ground to suddenly be shocked by, wait a minute, he'd think she'd be sweet, seem sweet when she's sleeping? What the fuck, man? Save the romantics for your own time, detective. All we need to know about is the investigation. Oops, I guess I'm pretty red right now, aren't I? Wait, are we really not gonna... Oh, fuck. The fact that she was found in the kitchen is weird. Like, someone must... Because the reason she gave for being passed out was the fact that she'd obviously seen the body. I don't think she would have ended up in the kitchen after that. She would have had to be in the restaurant proper to see that. So why was she in the fucking kitchen? You didn't have any? Are you saying that it was stolen then? No, I don't think so. The victim didn't have a driver's license or even a credit card on him, pal. All he had was 58 cents in his wallet. 58 cents? Yeah, I can't believe I found someone with less in their wallet than me, pal. Why? Sorry, that's not the right thing, but like, oh, yeah. Gumshoes finally found a kindred spirit. The victim sounds like he was a thoroughly miserable young man. Or some kind of outlaw. Why not give him a bit of it? Why not give him a bit of an edge? I think I'm onto something here. We figured out who he was pretty quickly, and the investigation went smoothly. Maggie was searched and found the lottery ticket and a bottle of poison. But the defendant had been passed out for a while, correct? In that case, isn't it possible someone planted the evidence in Maggie's pocket? Hey, yeah! You've nailed it, pal! Happens to me all the time. We had a department party the other day, and when I got home, I was wearing the boss's shoes. Objection! Keep up this crazy testimony, detective, and those shoes will end up down your throat. Sorry. Search, right? Someone planted the evidence in Maggie's pocket. That's a pretty bold statement. Care to back it up with evidence? Well... I'd love to, if I had any. I don't actually think I have any. I'm gonna save, though, just in case. Do I have any evidence to suggest that that is what happened? Okay. I don't think I have evidence that it happened. I think that's just straight up true. We know that Armstrong, for example, has a bit of a record of stealing. Like, has large debt and prior convictions for theft. But, like, planting that on Maggie is a different story. I don't know if that really... Appears you have no evidence to support your theory, Mr. Wright. Continue with your testimony, witness. Oh, okay, so it's straight up saying... It's straight up saying, no, that's a claim. It could be true, but we don't have anything that proves that that is the case. Okay, let's go back through these then. Crime was reported at 2:25 by a kind of scary old man. Poor Maggie had passed out from the shock. It must have been real tough for her. The victim didn't have any identification on him. And on this line, Phoenix did say something along the lines of that he was onto something here. He didn't have any... It wasn't stolen. No, I don't think so. Victim didn't have a driver's license. He only had 58 cents in his wallet. 58 cents, yeah. Give a bit of edge. I think I'm onto something here. Didn't have any identification on him. So, this piece of evidence suggests that, like, the fact that the bag is empty and this person went to the doctor's just before going to Tribulations on the day, which is what we've been told. I guess we're just going to accept that. Suggests that someone took it. Now, the fact that it hasn't been found is interesting, but we still found, like, the lottery ticket and the poison. And, like, I can't use this to contradict the statement that Gumshoe just made, because we pressed why he figured it out and found the prescription bag. Like, I don't think that makes sense to contradict... Because that's not, like, a contradiction, because he could just have a prescription bag. Like, the reason... Like, we're pointing out that he didn't have anything that could only have belonged to him. Like, you could pick up a prescription bag that's been in the trash for all we know. Fuck. I knew I was gonna get stuck. God damn it. I really wish I had started the stream. I really wish I... Unfortunately, I had to do something... Like, I got up actually on time, but I had to do something before stream, and it took a lot longer than I thought it was going to. Story of my life, I guess. Crime was reported by a kind of scary old man. Poor Maggie was passed out from the shock. It must have been real tough for her. The victim didn't have any identification on him. Oh. Oh, fuck. Maybe he was robbed. Like, I was hyper-focusing on the fact that the medicine was missing, but yeah, maybe he was actually just literally robbed. Your Honor, what do you think of the witness statement? I'm not sure I'd follow you. Clearly it contradicts that, I thought. You don't sound very sure, Mr. Wright. Objection denied. Heck. Alright. Fair enough. Like, I pressed this and I didn't get any extra options to press it further, so I, like... But that's not a contradiction. Like... Yeah, because, like... he didn't have any identification on him. Figured out who he was pretty quick, and then the investigation went smoothly. When Maggie was searched, we found the lottery ticket and the bottle of poison. That was it. There was nothing else missing from the crime scene. Wait. Yes... Wait. No, hang on. Yes, there was. Oh, shit, I pressed it. God damn it. Yeah, that's actually not true. I think I can say that, like... Well, no. This is. Yeah, there we go. Detective Gumshoe, I think I should point something out to you. There is just one small contradiction in your testimony. Oh, finally. I'm getting all anxious just waiting, so hurry up, will you? You testified that nothing else was missing from the crime scene. However, the prescription bag you mentioned was empty. Did the officers recover the medicine from the scene of the crime later? No, they didn't. The victim was given a prescription right before going to Tribulations. Where, then, did the medicine disappear to? You are too cool, pal. Indeed. Due consideration wasn't given to the victim's prescription in the previous trial. Witness, why do you always overlook such vital pieces of evidence? I guess that's the most careless thing I've done so far, huh? The victim was killed by poison, and the victim's medicine mysteriously disappeared. The victim's own prescription could have been the lethal poison itself. That's not true, Phoenix. Why would he have a prescription for fucking... What was it? Potassium cyanide? I don't think you could prescribe that to people. Order, order. Well, Mr. Godot, what do you have to say to that? Huh. That's all. What? Read for the court the name of the clinic on the prescription bag, if you will. What's the clinic's name got to do with anything? Why couldn't I have read that? I'm still torn on whether I like that the game actually does this. Because on one hand, it is neat that you have to kind of react to this, because you're not presented with all the evidence at once, which is how the trials go. You don't have the complete picture all the time. And being able to, on the fly, rethink what you're thinking is kind of a reasonable thing to do. But then it also kind of turns into this, yes, but this piece of evidence actually had more evidence to it, which... Oh, hey, Val, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. Oh god, I'm gonna have to read this. Otolaryngology. Otolaryngological. New Ear Otolaryngological Clinic. Otolaryngological? Just what kind of illness was the victim suffering from, Mr. Godot? Did he just have, like, earwax in his ears or some shit? That'd be fucking hilarious. Hardly an illness, Your Honor. More like a bit of war wound, you could say. God, this guy in metaphors. Hi, Val. A war wound? The day before the incident, Mr. Elg found himself in a fight. Okay, that's kind of important. He took a blow to the side of the head and ruptured his eardrum. He ruptured his eardrum? Then what on earth was the prescription he was given? It was a cream that was to be applied topically inside his ear canal, not to be ingested. What? I can't believe the initial angle we're going with is the fact that that was used to poison him, which is just like... Phoenix, they don't prescribe potassium cyanide to people. Like, come on, man. It's mentioned in the autopsy report. If you read the fine print, they found traces of medication in the victim's left ear. Yes, here it is. Very, very fine print. Wait a minute, his left ear? Wasn't he wearing his earpiece on his left ear? I mean, I assume the scouter thing is the earpiece, but I guess it doesn't actually go in his ear either? Yes, here it is. In very, very fine print. It seemed Mr. L correctly applied some of his medication while he was at Tribulations. Therefore, it would be absurd to believe that he would have eaten his medication. Seems that this medication is irrelevant to the case after all. That's not true! Where the fuck did it end up? The man was robbed. He didn't have any identification on him either. Okay, so we have obviously seen the silhouette of the person who presumably did this. And we know that that guy is... Well, I mean, he looks Yakuza, but he talks like a gangster, so like... Gankuza? Yangster? I don't know. I can't think of a good future for that. But either way, the kind of person that holds a grudge very easily. So if this guy got in a fight with someone before like on the day, went to the doctors to get something to fix that, and then went to Tribulations and was killed. Maybe? Maybe that's connected? Oh, excuse me. It seems that this medication is irrelevant to the case after all. No. Nick, if you don't think of something quick, it'll all be over. She's right. I can't get away with any old weak objection. What should I do? Push the medication issue. Only moments ago, Mr. Godot made the following statement. It seems Mr. L correctly applied some of his medication while he was at Tribulations. If that's the case, then why was the medication not found at the scene of the crime? But the medication in question was for topical use inside the ear canal. That doesn't change the fact that it could not be found at the crime scene. However insignificant it may seem, it's a lawyer's duty to pursue the truth. Objection. No, it's not. It's to get people guilty. Did you not... Have you never met Edgeworth in your life? You know as well as I do that medication is irrelevant. It hardly seems like that a prescription drug would contain potassium cyanide. Okay. To be fair to Godot, Phoenix has been heavily implying that, so... Hardly seems likely that the coffee the waitress served would contain it either. But it did. The possibility is undeniable. That's enough. Mr. Godot, is the detective the only witness the prosecution wishes to call? Mr. Godot? I've got my own witness I'd like to call, sir. It's the old man who was there in the restaurant on the day of the murder. Oh, good, we can get to this now. Victor Kudo, the pigeon hater? Okay, you know what? That's fair. I was about to say he throws seeds at the birds, but he also throws seeds at the birds, so... Fair. Very well. The matter of the disappearing medication seems little more than trivial at best. However, it wasn't explored at all in the previous trial, and that is something that bothers me. Yay, good job, Nick. The court will adjourn for a 10-minute recess, after which we will hear the prosecution's next witness. Huh. I suppose this means I'll just have to finish you off in my last 6 cups. Court is adjourned for recess. Just outside. Phew! That was close. Tell me about it. I nearly died in there. That's my line, sir! No, it's my line! I think I really did die. I did die a little bit. Looks like we all nearly died in there. I can't believe Detective Gumshoe. How can he betray us like that? Huh? He said he'd help me, but he totally set me up. I don't think he meant to do that, Maggie. He was backed into a corner. I mean, the guy's got to do his job, right? It's okay. I'm all about lies and betrayal. I've had them... I've had them. For some reason I was like, I had to deal with them. I've had them my whole life. But it really hurt this time. Felt like someone punched me hard in the stomach. I hate that guy. I don't ever want to see him again. Poor Gumshoe. So the next witness is going to be that old guy from the park, right? Yeah, Mr. Kudo. Lover of the waitress outfits and projectile seeds. Oh, waitress outfits. I bet he's going to be really stubborn. I mean, he's pretty set in his ways, you know? Yeah, he's a big old grouch. Are you going to be able to handle him, Nick? Yeah, I can take whatever he throws at me. Even those never-ending bird seeds. I wonder if Mia's going to come back at any point during this. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Maggie Bird. Mr. Godot, your next witness, please. The prosecution calls the lucky old-timer who caught the show over a cup of coffee. Will the witness please take the stand? Oh boy. Name and occupation, if you don't mind. My name is Victor Kudo, born and bred in the land of the rising sun. Honor and duty are what make me. Mind you, I can be quite emotional at times too. You don't need to hear about that, Mr. Kudo. Just tell the court your occupation. My occupation? Listen, young'un. How much call do you think there is for kimono embroidery here? Oh, right. I should have actually said that in his voice. Kimono embroidery? That's what I do, or did, back in Japan. Oh my god! This is... I guess that confirms that this is definitely not, some hybrid of Japan, but it's meant to be implied to, yeah. Like, I never know how to interpret that as to whether it's just kind of, like, ambiguous, but obviously we've had references to, like, the European countries and that, but it's not the fusion of the two, whereas now we're like, oh no, yeah, Japan, right, yes, I understand. I embroidered family crests on kimonos. My ancestors were embroidering kimonos before this country even existed. Wow, real craftsmen. They're a dying breed. Hey, maybe you could embroider my costume sometime? Anyway, like I said, there's not much demand for that kind of thing here. So I had to take a job working the cash register at a burger joint, pretending to smile. That burger joint would have been better off putting him in the kitchen. Now then, witness, were you in the restaurant at the time of the incident? Oh, yes. I was eating some seeds over a cup of cappuccino. Seeds? What do you think these are, hmm? I see. So you saw everything that happened, Gramps. Did I? Oh, yes. Oh, yes, I did. I saw it all. Then please, tell the court. We're all ears. Sure. I'll tell you. I'll tell you every last detail. He's really getting into this. What I witnessed. The young man was reading the sports paper. The serving girl brought him a Javachino, but she put something in it. The man took one sip of it, looked like he was in terrible pain, and then collapsed. That's the serving girl, right there in the defendant's chair. I remember her well. Mr. Kudo, she is not a serving girl. Please refer to her as a waitress. You're as bad as the rest of them. All these newfangled words. What's wrong with old-fashioned ones, hmm? Newfangled? All this talk of radios and glasses, wireless and spectacles, I tell you. Excuse me? Listen to me, everyone. Don't forget the old... shut up. Well, I think it's time to begin the cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. Fudge. I was gonna just say fuck, and I want... No, it's funnier if I say fudge, and then I, like, said both. Young man was reading the sports paper. Okay. This I gotta push. Mr. Kudo, that is a very grave accusation. Are you sure about what you saw? Victor Kudo never makes mistakes. I dot every T and cross every I. I see. My eyesight's fine. The doctor said I only need spectacles for reading and driving. I bet his eyes are only really fine when he's scoping out a waitress. I saw that serving girl put it into the Javachino as well. I bet I know what's coming up, and something tells me I'm not going to like it. Your Honor, we need more clarification on what was put into the victim's coffee. I'd like to ask that the witness add what he knows about this to his testimony. I agree. Witness, will you enlighten us, please? Sure. There's no question about it. She was very conspicuous. She very conspicuously put some white powder in there. Did she really put that into the coffee? You doubt me, boy? She took some out of a bottle, small brown bottle, and sprinkled it in. Couldn't she have been adding sugar? No, you know that, Phoenix. Sugar? In a small brown bottle like that? Like that? Witness, could you please describe the bottle in more concrete terms? A bottle like this, perhaps? Oh, there it is. That's the one. That's the bottle of potassium cyanide, I presume. So what did the accused put into the coffee? I think it's clear, don't you? Took one sip, looked he was in terrible pain and collapsed. He took just one sip. You young'uns, you waste everything. Those Javachinos cost $8. The good old days, we would have drunk every last drop, eaten the cup, and then died. I was about to make a comment that, like, well, I don't think he can drink the rest of it when he's dying, but I guess that's the expectation. Congratulations, you have earned the title of battiest man to grace a courtroom. So it was an immediate death. Well, with potassium cyanide, I suppose that is possible. Oh, yes, he slumped over without so much as a twitch. I felt the Javachino I just drank turn sour in my stomach. Oh, yes. I know that feeling. And the waitress? I presume she is... That's so girl right there. You said I remember her well in reference to the waitress. Did she have any particular features that you can identify her by? Particular features? It's a disgrace, that's what it is. Sorry? You can see all the way up to her... You know, she's practically naked in that uniform. So the particular feature you recognize about the waitress is her outfit. But anyone could wear just such a uniform, even me. Mr. Wright, please spare the court of any further mental anguish from that image. I feel like I have something to Google after this now, because that definitely exists. Don't get all excited, Nick. You've got to keep yourself together. I guess I got a bit carried away. There are other things I recognize about her, too. Seems pretty sure of himself. What should I do? Press harder. Sure, you saw a waitress take the coffee over to the victim. But what matters is whether the waitress was Maggie Bird or not. Quite right. Mr. Kudo, these other features that you recognize about the defendant, I would ask you to add them to your testimony. Sure. There was a ribbon in her hair and her apron straps were loose. Oh no. Oh no, ribbon. I do seem to remember several details about her appearance. But what about the most crucial detail of all? Her face. As if I wouldn't remember that. The witness noticed the straps of the accused's apron. He's unlikely to make a mistake about her face. No, actually, I'd argue that he probably didn't even look at her face, given that, but that's just me. That's right, I can even tell you the color of the ribbon in her hair. It was red. So you see, there's nothing wrong with the witness's eyesight. So no doubt he remembers the waitress pretty well. What should I do? I get the feeling there's something... Ask about the waitress's back. Ask about the straps. Let's go for this. Mr. Kudo, you seem especially interested in straps. Why is that? What? The ribbon in her hair, the straps on her apron. What's the fascination? Fascination? Objection! People have all kinds of fetishes, trite. We don't need to embarrass the witness. Listen, you young upstarts, I haven't got some sick strap fetish. Is there any relevance to... Oh, hey, Charles, thanks for the raid. Oh, fuck. Okay. Hi, everyone. I hope you had a good stream, Charles. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be joining you for Titanfall 2, because I still haven't played that myself, and I really want to, because I've heard nothing but good things about it. But I still hope you had a good stream. For those coming in, I'm playing the third game in the Ace Attorney trilogy that was remastered recently. I am on Case 3, so if there's, if there's going to be spoilers, because we're in the first trial now, but yeah, fair warning. But I appreciate your coming. Thank you very much. And thanks again, Charles. I appreciate it. This is also a... This sure is a fucking line to come in onto. Whoo! Oh, this is great out of context. Is there any relevance to the witness's unusual love of straps, Mr. Wright? I was just curious as to why he was so fixated on the waitress's straps. I said I haven't got a strap fetish. How many times do I have to repeat myself? Very well. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Kudo, and make it strapless. The fuck did I come into? Yeah! That's right! I've passed on my curse to someone else. I'm no longer the only person that walks in on a stream and goes, hey guys, what's... Fucking what? Do you think old CD really saw Maggie do it? Well, he probably had his eye on the waitress the whole time. That's why he was there. But he was there for the cute outfits, right? Not the waitress. I guess. She makes a good point, though. Hey, did I just say something clever? I wonder if the waitress Mr. Kudo saw really was Maggie. That's what we have to figure out, Nick. Yeah, so I'm gonna repress that last line. Do you seem to remember several details about the appearance, about the most crucial detail of all her face? Yeah, as if I don't remember that. That was my curse. I think I passed it to you. Well, here it is back. Thank you very much. I've enjoyed my time with it, but I'm good. The witness noticed straps on the accused apron. He's unlikely to make a mistake about her face. That's right. So yeah, there's nothing wrong with his eyesight. Waitress is back. The identifying features you described are all things you would see from the back. So what? Is it possible that you never saw the waitress from the front at all?
Objection!
Huh. He's got you there, Gramps. People normally talk about facial features when they're asked to describe someone. But this witness's testimony is nothing but straps and ribbons. This is harassment. I tell you, I'm not obsessed with straps or ribbons. I'm just telling you what I saw. Mr. Kudo, the court requests that you add details about any identifying features. Features you observed from the front, that is, to your testimony. Sure. This old man's testimony is getting longer and longer. It's actually a neat gimmick. He starts off with like 2 statements, and it ends up being like 10 because we have to reiterate and press on every single fucking statement. That's actually kind of funny. I like that. If I can't find a hole in it soon, it'll get even bigger, even longer, I bet. Okay, there wasn't anything that caught my interest about her when I saw her from the front. You didn't find anything to be distinct, but you did clearly see the witness's face, yes? No question about it. I didn't come this far to break down now. Victor Kudo never backs down. That's not the answer I was looking for, but okay. This has turned into a matter of pride for old CD now, I guess. I wonder if he really did see Maggie's face or not. Like I thought, he needs some concrete proof of this. Proof that the old guy didn't see the witness clearly from the front. Oh, I know what. The apron had, like, shit spilled on it, as if he wouldn't have noticed that. Mr. Kudo, I would like you to please take a look at this. God, that filthy thing would suit filth like you just perfectly. Actually, it reminds me of what my grandson looks like, just after he's done eating. Have you ever seen this before? Of course I haven't. Do you think I'd forget something as dirty as that, Well, you half-witted clot. What? What is it? Ever since I said you half-witted clot, there's been an eerie silence in here. Mr. Kudo, this apron is the apron worn by the defendant on the day of the poisoning. Huh? And as you just said yourself, you wouldn't forget something like this. Which means, if you had really seen this apron before... Yes, you know what I'm getting at. You couldn't have possibly seen the waitress from the front. Oops. That was not what I was expecting from him, I'm not gonna lie. Witness! You can't just oops your way out of this. Huh. Well. Looks like we finally have a genuine trial on our hands. Listen, Trite, here are the facts. On the day of the incident, there was only one waitress in the restaurant. That being the defendant, Miss Maggie Bird. Exactly. And when that one waitress put the poison into the coffee cup, this old guy was watching. I hope you understand the gravity of this situation, Mr. Kudo. The fate of the defendant may rest on what you say you remember seeing. Just tell the court exactly what you saw, Gramps. You can rely on me, Captain. My noggin's in perfect working order. Can't remember a single occasion when I forgot what a burger a customer wanted. Can't remember. Probably more like he messed up so many times he's blocking it out. Very well. That's just how good your memory and attention to detail is, Mr. Kudo. Tell us what you remember about the victim. About the victim? Okay. He was another one of those pesky young types, wearing a broken pair of spectacles. He had a newspaper in his right hand, and the noisy brat kept rustling its pages. The young man was listening to the wireless. Remember that well. Then the serving girl in question brought over the Javachino. Little Fidget picked up the cup with his free hand and took a sip. Little Fidget? Oh my... Oh, okay. Fuck. This is like... I feel like I've heard that word being used in this way by, I feel like it was like a really older relative of mine. I don't remember who. That's kind of gross. Like, well, okay. To be fair, he is specifically talking about this guy fidgeting, so it probably isn't read like that. But the way that I read that is the context in which I have heard it used elsewhere, which is in a very ableist context. I don't think that's actually what this is saying. I think it's specifically referring to him shuffling around the papers and that. But, ooh, that gave me a not good flashback. Yeah, Little Fidget picked up the cup with his free hand and took a sip. The testimony we have just heard was to test how credible the witness's memory is. It seems to me that he remembers the victim in a great deal of detail. Oh yes, I hate those you-know-what types who are so vague about everything. How have you even handled this, Nick? We only need to do one thing. We just need to prove that the old man's memory is shot. Just trip him up, you mean? Isn't that kind of cruel? I suppose, but it's what I do best. Okay. He was another one of those pesky young types wearing a broken pair of spectacles. Okay, what? Spectacles? Dark glasses to you. One of the lenses was green, but the other was broken. You literally didn't even remember the most defining feature about him. You fangled rubbish. That's why I remember him so well. Like, the dude is wearing a scouter. Like, what? Newfangled rubbish. That's why I remember him so well. He did have some kind of lens over his left eye, but I wouldn't have called that a pair of glasses. Seems to have been wearing some rather modern-looking shades. Perhaps I should take to wearing some. Rival Mr. Godot's sharp appearance. Better come up with something sharp and quick. I guess I'll have to wait and see if I should challenge him about the spectacles. Wait, really? He had a newspaper in his right hand, and the noisy brat kept rustling the pages. The young man was listening to the wireless. I remember that well. Then the serving girl and the... Oh, hang on a minute. I think I misunderstood. He's listening to, like, a wireless radio that's just probably playing softly in, like, his pocket or whatever. He didn't have, like, headphones in it. That's how I interpreted I'm just gonna call it a scouter, fuck it. That's how I initially interpreted, like, the scouter as, like... Because I guess it's probably the association with the scouter that I actually caught onto, because that goes over your ear. But that one doesn't. That's, like... It's more like a, futuristic monocle, if anything. So we'll just call it a monocle now. Yeah, I guess I interpreted the monocle was actually part of his, headphones or whatever, but apparently not. And the serving girl in question brought over the Javachino, picked up a cup with his free hand. No, he didn't. I don't think that's true. His free hand? Yes. Which hand was that? Weren't you listening before, cloth ears? I said he was rustling the newspaper with his right hand, didn't I? If his free hand wasn't his right hand, which, you moron? Ow! Ow! Perhaps the great Mr. Trite has 3 hands. Yeesh. It's only asking. You need to gang up on me like and treat me like a freak. The whole point of this cross-examination is to establish just one thing. This old guy's memory is that has more holes than a slice of Swiss. So we just need to find a contradiction in his testimony somewhere, huh? Anything will do, even the smallest detail. Just need one mistake and he's ours. Can I actually contradict that, though? He took a sip with his free hand. No, you know what? Okay, so I'm glad I did pay attention to the cup. I think I can actually maybe contradict that with it. So, notice here how the cup is positioned. The lip marking, where the victim presumably drank from, is facing us. So if we were to pick this up, we would pick it up by the handle with our right hand. Which is not the free hand he was talking about. And I mean, I guess he could have just picked it up, like, without the handle, but... I think this is, like, close enough that I could probably... Yeah, there we go. Mr. Kudo, do you remember what you were told at the start of this testimony? That this was a way of testing the credibility of your memory? I know. There's nothing wrong with my memory, I tell you. Nothing. If I got anything wrong, I'll eat these seeds and sing the pigeon song. Oh god, no. Care to tell us where this is going, Trite? According to Mr. Kudo, the victim was holding the paper in his right hand, while drinking coffee with his free hand, which would make that his left. What is this? Kindergarten? But I would like the court to please take a look at this. That's the cup the victim used, correct? Yes, and on the rim, you'll notice the mark left by the victim's lips. Yes, there is a stain left by the coffee. If you consider where that stain is, you'll clearly see that the victim was holding the cup in his right hand. But how? Well, Mr. Kudo, the court is waiting for your epic performance. You said you'd eat those seeds and sing the pigeon song. Phoenix, don't bait him. Please, no. We don't have time for this. Mr. Kudo, I'm afraid this is simply not acceptable. I think the witness had better go back to the park where... Wait! If you think I'm going to stand here and listen to you tell me I'm mad, you're wrong. I don't care about that dirty coffee cup. I know what I saw. You still insist on your testimony? That young brat was holding the cup in his left hand. Oh yes, no question. I'm a good law-abiding citizen, I am. It's the dead young hotbot and you spiky-haired yahoo who are at fault. Who, me? Thank you, old man. We've heard quite enough from you already. Don't call me old man, old man. Been around for 68 years, I have. You can't ignore me. Listen to what I've got to say. I'm sorry, Mr. Kudo, but... Sure. Why not hear a little more? Mr. Godot? But this is my 16th cup of coffee. So this is your final stand. Thank you, Captain. You can rely on Victor. Oh, God. What now? Left hand or right hand? The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. Wait, he was wearing an earpiece? Fuck me, this is confusing. Okay. The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. He kept fiddling with it all the time. He was fiddling with it just before he picked up the cup, too. And then he used the same hand to pick up the cup, his left hand. We know that the victim was wearing an unusual monocle over his left eye. It wasn't a monocle, Your Honor. It was a small computer monitor, often used by programmers. Fuck, I wish I had that. Fucking Google Glass wherever I go. A monitor? You mean like a television screen? The inside of the lens is a screen that displays computer data. It's called an HMD. It's a common tool in the victim's line of work. Is it? Have I been kept in the dark this whole time? I want a cool fucking scouter. HD, TV, DVD, CD. All these newfangled letters drive me mad, but they don't matter. I know what I saw, and I'm telling the truth. It's true. He doesn't seem to be lying. And those are the facts, in good old black and white. Okay. The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. He kept fiddling with it all the time. He was fiddling with it just before he picked up the cup too. Oh shit, I didn't hit A before. And then he used the same hand to pick up the cup. Okay, let's start from the top. So the victim was wearing an HMD. HDTV, what does it matter? It was none of them actually, but anyway. And you're sure that he was wearing the earpiece on the same side? No question. I could only see that side of his head from where I was sitting. That is actually fair. Yeah, that's pretty obvious if you look at floor plans. From the opposite table, he'd only have a view of the side of the victim's head. Kept fiddling with it all the time. Seems you kept an eye on Mr. Glenelg. He was getting on my nerves, bustling that newspaper and fiddling with his earpiece all the time. And then he went and made all that fuss dying from one sip of Javachino. I wanted to say to him, calm down, you young brat. Has the man died? Just looking at him made me suddenly speed up my seed eating. I could have choked. So I take it the victim was a walking ball of nervous energy. Oh. Did he know something with... Oh, well, I guess he was listening for the lottery numbers, so he's kind of nervous. The earpiece you mentioned, which hand did the victim touch it with? You're one of those people, aren't you? You're the type that uses your left hand to get things out of your right pocket. Or fastens your left cuff with your right hand. Is that Never mind. When the tour guide says on your right side, you'll see the famous blah blah, you're the one who deliberately looks left. Well, aren't you? But you need to fasten the left cuff with the right hand. Damn it. No, I didn't mean... Obviously he used the hand on the same side of his body that the earpiece was in. Are you sure about that? So if he had the HMD on his left side, then it was his left hand, I guess. I mean, I guess this is a fair enough assumption, because we presumed that you would use the hand that makes sense to hold the coffee cup. So, like, insisting then that he would use the left hand on the left side of his face is... We're kind of assuming the same thing here. He could have just picked up the cup with his left hand and not used the handle. Just like he could have used his right hand to do that. Like, that's honestly fair enough. I was going to be like, that's bullshit and bad assumption. But we kind of already made that assumption. Although I guess that's the thing we're challenging right now. Then he used the same hand to pick up the cup. You seem very sure of yourself, Mr. Kudo. It's because I know what I saw, no matter what tricks you try to play on me. Looks like he really did see the guy picking the cup up with his left hand. This is a dead end. Well, Nick, what do you think? I think the guy's telling the truth. But even so, something's not quite right. Then chuck evidence at him until he breaks. But if he's not lying, there wouldn't be any contradiction in his testimony, right? That's not true. He could have just... He may not, like, he may have misunderstood something that was happening. Okay, hang on, let me look through this again. The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. He kept fiddling with it all the time. He was fiddling with it just before he picked up the cup too, and then he used the same hand to pick up the cup, his left hand. Hang on, let me press these again. So the victim was wearing a HMD. Yeah, what does it matter? It's not actually, but anyway. And you're sure that he was wearing the earpiece on the same side? No question, I can only see the side of his head from where I was sitting. Yeah, that's pretty obvious if you look at the floor plans. From the opposite table, he'd only have a view of the side of the victim's head. Did we actually... I just realized, did we ever establish that that's where he was sitting? Maybe I would have got that information if I pressed everything the last few times. I don't know if I missed anything when I did that, but... He kept fiddling with it all the time. Seems she kept an eye on Mr. Glenelg. He was getting on my nerves, rustling that newspaper and fiddling with his earpiece all the time. And then he went and made all the fuss dying from one sip of cappuccino. Blah, 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 yeah, sure. So I take it the victim was a walking ball of nervous energy. He was fiddling with it just before he picked up the cup. Jesus, I'm finding it really hard to, like, think of the issue here. The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. Oh, no, that's not true. Oh, fuck, no. No. Do we have evidence for that? Oh, did the autopsy report get updated? No? Fuck. No, yeah, because the medicine that he had the topical cream that he had was, found in his left ear canal, so he couldn't have had the earpiece in his left ear. I'm not sure what the relevance of this is, but... Mr. Kudo, there is something very strange about your observations of the victim. What? You say he was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the HMD. No question. You can lock me up if I'm wrong. It was his left ear, without a doubt. I could only see that side of his head from where I was sitting. I don't think so. What did you say? You're no doubt unaware of this fact, Mr. Kudo, but the victim couldn't hear with his left ear. His eardrum was ruptured. Eh? Traces of medication for his condition were found in his ear canal. That's right. It's impossible that the victim was wearing his earpiece in his left ear, because he couldn't even hear in that ear. Is that true, Captain? It is. Pigeon! Pretty pigeon. Oh no. Order. Like, in all likelihood, what he actually saw was him applying the topical cream right there and then. That would mean that that's why he was fidgeting in his left ear, right? But I guess but if that's the case, then he would have still been fidgeting with his left and drinking the coffee with his left. This witness's testimony is completely unreliable. He only saw the waitress from behind, and he claims the victim was wearing an earpiece when we know his eardrum was ruptured. Well, Mr. Godot? Single drop of milk is all it takes to destroy the pure black magic in the cup. This old man is my drop of milk. Captain, are you calling me a drip? This is the victim's coffee cup in which the potassium cyanide was found. The mark on the rim clearly shows that the victim picked it up with his right hand. I'll never back down. I know I'm right. The lad drank his Javachino with his left hand. Let me put you out of your misery. Clearly the victim used both hands. He took a sip with a cup held in his right hand and then switched to his left. That's what the old man saw. Impossible. The witness has already testified on numerous occasions that the victim died immediately after taking just one sip of the coffee. Which hand the victim used to pick up his cup is irrelevant, Your Honor. The facts still stand. With one hand or another, Mr. L drank the poisoned coffee, like this. Sadly, Mr. Godot, that doesn't wash. The point of this testimony was to establish whether the witness's memory is credible. And the results are clear. The testimony given by this witness is useless. I believe it is time to conclude today's proceedings. I'm satisfied that the witness is not deceiving the court, but to be frank, his testimony is a farce. Did you have to be so frank? Take that, you pompous old fogey! No, I'm sorry, Mr. Kudo. You can't reach me from there. I'm ordering the defense and the prosecution to investigate this case further. That is all for now. This court is adjourned. What? Wait! If we stop now, where does that leave me? Leave you, Mr. Kudo? Thanks to that blue-suited young upstart over there. I'm just a bumbling old man who can't even dot his T's or cross his I's now. How is your bad memory my fault? I'm sorry, Mr. Kudo, but there's nothing I can do. Interesting that we're drawing attention to this, actually. I've kept my mouth shut until now. But there's something else the court should know. What? There's more? To be perfectly honest, it might not be anything. But I want another chance. I want another crack at you, you young shark. Me? He's looking at me like I'm some sort of evil shogun. Well, everyone, what do you say to one final showdown? The final chapter in this eccentric old man's scrapbook. Sorry, Gramps. I've already had my 17th cup of coffee. What have you got to lose, Captain? I'll give you all the Javachino you want if you come to my house after the trial. I may be 68 years old, but Victor Kudo is still a man. That's enough, witness. I don't believe it will be quicker for the court to just hear your testimony. You bet. Much, much quicker. I can't believe this is happening. Ha ha ha! You better get ready, youngster. I get the picture. Just quit throwing those seeds at me, would you? I really wish there was some kind of animation of just seeds being thrown at Phoenix. That would really make this scene just the best. He's got to be using some sort of infinite ammo code with that box of seeds. It's a bag of holding of pigeon seeds. Don't worry about it. Final showdown. First of all, I want to stress that this might be nothing. I'm not too sure of myself. The young boy slumped over the table as soon as he took one sip of his Javachino. Well, the clumsy idiot upset the vase. He knocked it right over. It broke and the strip of cloth covering the table got completely soaked. Well, how about that? Turn things upside down, hmm? A vase fell over. Is that all? Yes, that's all. I remember it perfectly. Hey, you're doubting me again? You're doubting a poor defenseless old man? No, we are not doubting you, Mr. Kudo. Did you get the feeling there's a question hanging on everyone's lips, Nick? Yeah, so what, probably. That's all I can think of, and I have to cross-examine this guy. You're a bird brain, that's why that's all you can think of. Very well. Mr. Wright, your final cross-examination, please. First of all, I want to stress that this might be nothing. I'm not too sure of it myself. The young boy slumped over the table as soon as he took one sip of his Javachino. While the clumsy idiot upset the vase, he knocked it right over. It broke and the strip of cloth covering the table got completely soaked. Okay, let's just press all of this. It's probably easy to go this way. The court generally prefers if witnesses are sure of themselves, Mr. Kudo. Noisy brat. I'm warning you, I'm more savage than a macho man right now. You won't beat me with this testimony. This is the final battle. Ow! Ow! He's chucking those seeds harder than ever. Better be careful. Come on, Nick. Nail him. The young boy slumped over the table as soon as he took one of his Javachino. The court has already heard that testimony, Mr. Kudo. I know that! I was just setting the mood. How else am I supposed to build up the suspense, hmm? The suspense? Yes. Now, what do you think? Should I work the audience a bit more? No. Please continue, Mr. Kudo, as quickly as possible. Alright. Where was I? Ah, yes. The young boy slumped over the table and... Well, the clumsy idiot upset the vase. He knocked it right over. A vase, you say? Yes. There were vases on all the tables in that place. Oh, yeah, very true. There are accidents waiting to happen, practically begging to be knocked over. Well, he's right about there being vases. I do remember seeing them too. There was a vase on the table when I ate lunch there. I guess the question is, what would be the state of the stain there? And you saw the moment when the victim actually knocked over the vase? Well, it's hard to say. It's a bit unclear. How do you really define... okay, I get it. I heard it break, and the sight of it is burned into my memory as clear as day. It broke and the strip of cloth covering the table, soaked. Soaked in water, you mean? Yes, splashed me on the knee as well. You said you were sitting at the table across the room from the victim, correct? And yet the water still managed to splash onto you. It was cold. I clearly remember it splashing me. Did the water really make it all the way across to the other side of the room? I mean, you'd be surprised that, like, vases, like, especially long vases can, like, pretty easily, like, throw water if knocked over fast enough. Because, like, basically the water, like, shoots up because it's got nowhere else to go because of the... It would take too long to explain. But if you ever get, if you've ever had beakers and stuff like that and like flicked something like that, you can get liquid traveling really far just by like kind of flicking it like that. Whether or not it's got enough force like knocking over though is kind of a different thing. How about that? Turn things upside down, You mean the vase on the victim's table falling upside down and breaking? The vase turned upside down. My testimony is turning this case upside down. It's a joke. I just wanted everyone to hear it. What do you think, Captain? I'm impressed by your ability to waste time. Gito hasn't raised any objections for a while now. Sorry, you young show-off, with that scrap of information, I'm throwing down the gauntlet. If I lose this one, I'll take it like a man and admit defeat. He's really giving you the evil eye, Maya. It's you he's looking at, Nick, not me. It's like he's saying, I triple dog dare you to find a contradiction, young'un. Guess I'll just have to rise to the challenge, then. First of all, I want to stress that this might be nothing. I'm not too sure of myself. The young boy slumped over the table as soon as he took one sip of his Javachino. While the clumsy idiot upset the vase, he knocked it right over. It broke and the strip of cloth covering the table got completely soaked. Oh. Indeed. Mr. Kudo, this is a photograph of the crime scene. So what? Look carefully at the table. The vase is there, intact. Huh? Lost your tongue, Grandad? I feel like Phoenix is missing the point here that, like... I feel like he's driving home like, this old man, oh god, and then he's kind of eventually going to realize what is kind of obvious from this is like, oh fuck, wait a minute, someone fixed the crime scene. I'm no granddad of yours, hopscotch. Ow, ow! Enough. Throw any more seeds in this courtroom, the cleaners will be here all night. Ah! What is it now? I just remembered something. Yes? Go on. The broken vase. It was on my table. What? Well, you see... It startled me when that young leg collapsed, so I stood up. That must have been when it fell over. The vase is on my table, I mean. I guess I look like an idiot calling out like, haha, I know what's going on here, and the game's like, no. No. The vase on your table? Yes, it was on my table. That's how my groin came to be completely soaked. I thought you said it was your knee. Thank you, Mr. Kudo. You've certainly earned your kudos for today. I'd like to ask a question now. Have I been any use at all? Perhaps that's something you should reflect on yourself, Mr. Kudo. Ah! Wait a minute. If that's the case, there's more. I've got more to say. Oh, for fuck's sake! Bailiff, escort the witness out of the courtroom. Wait! Listen to me! Well, seem to have been considerably sidetracked. I'm still not in a position to deliver a verdict. The defendant has not been positively identified as the witness, as the waitress in question. Additionally, there are 2 disparities in the testimony we have heard thus far. The mark on the coffee cup that the victim supposedly drank with his left hand, and the earpiece which was inserted into his left ear, out of which he couldn't hear. Wow, Nick, you did it. I therefore require both the defense and the prosecution to further investigate the facts. Yes, Your Honor. There is one more thing before I call today's session to an end. One more thing, Your Honor? The witness we just heard from. He is most insistent that his testimony should be of use. So he summarized it accordingly into this statement. Okay. You may each have a copy of it if you wish. Whatever. The prosecution doesn't need props like that. Godot's really mad, huh? Yeah, I would be too. Very well. Here you are then, Mr. Wright. There are 3 copies. My own, yours, and Mr. Godot's. Yes, Your Honor. When the incident occurred, I broke the vase at my seat. I'm sorry. I'm sorry? This isn't a piece of testimony, more like a 5-year-old's apology. What the heck are we supposed to do with 3 copies? That is all. This court is adjourned. Okay, I actually got through that a lot quicker than I thought. God, investigations usually go for like 2 hours though. And I don't think... Yeah, if I... No, you know what? I'll push forward. Fuck it. Why not? I've had bad luck with getting these streams started, so I should probably stream as much as I can when I can. So how do you think the trial went this morning? How do you think it went? Got a bit crazy in there. I just wonder if that killed our chances. Yeah, I guess it did get out of hand. Mr. Kudo's testimony did nothing to help us. Plus, now we don't even know the identity of the waitress who laced the coffee. All we know is that old Mr. Kudo saw the apron straps and the ribbon. And that the victim... Oh, that might have been Maya before. My bad. And that the victim was wearing an earpiece when his eardrum was ruptured. Talk about a terrifying case of contradictionitis. Time to play doctor and find ourselves a cure then, huh? Yeah. And we've got to find one for Maggie, or she's going to have a terminal case of guilty. Terminal case of guilty, Jesus. Go to detention center first. I guess Maggie's still in questioning. But we've got questions to ask her too. Maggie! Maggie! Keep it down, Maya. This isn't a playground, you know. Tribune. Empty, as usual. Yeah, and it's lunchtime too. That's it! Come on, come on, come on! Hey, that sounds like... Now just call an 8, pal. Come on, I know you can. He's getting really worked up about something. No, that's the wrong number. Ah, looks like an 8 would have only netted me $5 anyway. What a rip-off. That's the problem. What's the problem, Detective Gumshoe? Huh? Oh, it's you. I was just... I was just listening to the radio, pal. To the radio? Hey, Detective Gumshoe's having lunch here. He is. He's having the twin tea set. What can I say? Why? Oh, this is a nightmare. How am I supposed to look Maggie in the eye now, pal? really drove her into a corner, you know. You always blow apart my testimony. Why of all days didn't you do it today? Sorry, there just weren't any holes in it, for once. Yeah, what happened? Usually your testimonies are like Swiss cheese. Swiss cheese? Be prepared crumbly like aged Parmesan. Anyway, this case has already been ruled on. There shouldn't be any holes left to find. So, did Maggie say anything to you? About me, I mean? Well, how did she put it again? I can't believe Detective Gumshoe. I hate him, sir. I mean it. I don't ever want to see him again. Something like that? What? Oh no. Oh, Gumshoe. Please, Detective Gumshoe. I didn't mean... Why? Why is this happening? He's banging his head against the wall, Nick. Oh man, poor Gumshoe. Hold on a second. Just realized something. Oh, no, never mind. So, did you like the twin tea set? I've never paid that much money for lunch before. I was so nervous my hands were shaking. So, how did it taste? Well, for 20 bucks, I guess... I don't know how to describe it, really. It was... delicate. Delicate? You mean you liked it? It didn't taste bad to you? What's the matter with him? Looks like he's thinking. That's it. I've been trying to think of the right word to describe the taste. And I just realized. It's bad. That's it. It tasted bad. Just kind of hard to admit to yourself when you paid 20 bucks for it, you know? Wow. Yes. Oh my god, that's so accurate. Like when you go out to eat and you see something that's like kind of expensive and you're like, oh, I should actually try that. And like, you put like a lot more money into getting that than you would usually do, and you get it and it's just kind of not good. It's really hard to admit that, like, yeah, that was fucking wasted. Or at least I could believe Gumshoe was like that. Maybe he should have found out about the price after he had finished eating it. Hey Nick, maybe that's why Glenn came here? Maybe he heard about the super fierce twin tea set. If by fierce you mean fearsome. Speaking of Glenn, that reminds me. We still hardly know anything about the guy. Why don't we ask Detective Gumshoe what he knows, seeing as he's here? So what were you all excited about earlier? Huh? Oh, that's right, you said you were listening to the radio or something. Oh, that. That was nothing. I wasn't excited. Come on, Detective Gumshoe. You can tell little old me. What were you listening to? Nothing. Really. It was just the, daily exercise show. What the? A psyche lock? This lunch special's lobster sure is great. Why are there tears in your eyes? Oh my fucking god. Okay, never mind. I'm gonna present him Glenn and just move on for a second. This guy was a real programming genius. They called him the walking computer at the place where he worked. What happens when he crashes, though? Does he just stop moving all of a sudden? Ah. Ugh. He wasn't literally a computer, Maya. I was about to make the same comment, honestly. Anyway, there's nothing between Maggie and the victim. Yeah, that's what we found out yesterday, too. Hey, Detective Gumshoe, don't you have any information that's a bit more fun? Fun? Oh, I know. So, have you paid a visit to where Mr. L worked yet? You might as well. His workplace? Where's that? A computer firm called Blue Screens Inc. Or something like that. Sounds like a real stable company. This could be fun, Nick. Fuck. Let's go. Computers aren't really my thing, Maya. We'll be fine. I know all about that high-tech stuff. I wonder about that. It's just around the corner from this joint. You should take a look. Computer firm called Blue Screens Inc., huh? Alright, Gumshoe. What do you got to hide?
Take that!
radio. Alright, Detective Gumshoe, tell me the truth. What were you listening to? No way, pal. Now that you've made a big thing out of it, I'm not gonna tell you. We'll see about that, pal. Considering all the noise you were making while you were listening, it's pretty clear what kind of radio program it was. I'd say it was related to lottery ticket. I'm right, aren't I? You were listening to the lottery results, weren't you? You thought you'd try to win big, just like Glenelg did. It's like you can see right through me. Huh? I cracked him already? See, pal? That's why I said it was nothing. Great. I'm usually pretty lucky, so I figured I'd give it a try. Are you? What's with everyone in the lottery? So, how did it go? I won 50 cents. It'd be better to win nothing at all than half a lousy buck. I was so mad. Yeah, I know the feeling. I bought the same kind of ticket as Mr. Allen, see? And they've got this special radio show where they announce the winning numbers. They even do the drawings live on the air. It's intense, pal. I bet that's what Mr. Elg was listening to on the day he was killed. Yeah. What time is it now? It's just after 1:30. And are the lottery results always broadcast at the same time? Yeah. Look, I got this flyer when I bought the ticket. Millionaire radio flyer added to the court record. Experience the most thrilling 10 minutes of your life every Monday at 1:30 PM. Millionaire radio? That sounds cool. I want to try it, Nick. Then buy a ticket, Maya, with your own money. Sorry, one sec. Oh, what the fuck? Sorry, I could feel something like tickling my ear on the inside of my headphones. It's just the hair. Okay. I mean, we got that evidence from him, so that's fine. Guess we'll go to Blue Screens Inc. Oh no, we'll go to places we can only go in Tribulations first. Huh? Mr. Armstrong's talking to someone. Hi again. I'll be back next month. Oui, naturellement. I will be waiting for you. If you haven't got it by then, I'm afraid it might get a little hot around here. No, I will have everything ready, I promise. I love fire, you know. I love the way it crackles. No, stop it, I beg you. Then don't let me down. I'll be watching you. Miles, no, this is not necessary. You can trust me, mademoiselle. Talk to anyone, and I'll drive a knife right through your heart. Oh no, you do not have to worry. You know you worry far too much. Maybe this will help you relax? It is the oil of sandalwood. I do love raw meat from time to time. Oh! I'll be taking my leave. Goodbye, for now. Ugh. I have the shivers. I must rub some of my oil over my body before I become a nervous wreck. There. Oh, oui, that feels good. Ugh. Ooh la la, excusez-moi, monsieur. My eyes! Phoenix, please. Your eyes? If you have trouble with your eyes, you need this, la oil of sandalwood. Isn't this just the leftovers of what you were just using? Good lord. I wonder if that woman's got something to do with his debt. You don't exactly have many customers, do you, Mr. Armstrong? No, you are right, monsieur. But perhaps that is the perfect time for me to for you to visit me, no? That way I can give you my undivided attention and cook for you la dish supreme. Putting on a brave face, huh? That's what girls do, Nick. Why does it keep doing this? I don't know, like, maybe it's just because current year, and, this game is obviously old, but I actually don't know what they're, like, I assume what they're doing here is, like, really pointing out that this man is very effeminate, and then thus thus comments like what Maya says, like, oh, that's what girls do, like, kind of makes sense in that context, but, like, I don't know, I assume they're gonna do something with this, rather than hopefully just pull jokes. But yeah, like, I guess I don't really want to comment on it much more than that, other than pointing out that, like, I have a bad feeling about this. But you are right, business is very difficult these days. Perhaps the name is the problem. People do not understand it, as they think it is trade. I just wanted people to think that my restaurant was exclusive. But they think you just serve fast food on cheap plastic trays? Nick, that's the kind of thing that can make a girl cry. Have you forgotten that Mr. Armstrong is a... Okay, I guess we're actually confronting this now. Have you forgotten that Mr. Armstrong is a man, Maya? Because this restaurant is my life. It is everything to me. So what then? I will defend it to la finale. No one will take it from me. Okay, I guess, sure, we're using this for jokes. Great, amazing. So, who is that woman you were just talking to? Ooh la la, you saw that? Well, yes. Sorry. So, who was she? She looks so polite and graceful. Polite? Graceful? She likes raw meat and fires, right? I'll be back next month. Oui, naturellement, I will be waiting for you. If you haven't got it by then, I'm afraid it might get a little hot around here. No, I will Are we really replaying the entire conversation we just saw? Everything ready, I promise. As I think about it. Hey, Maya, I think it's pretty clear what kind of conversation they were having. You think so? Well then, let's show him that piece of evidence and see what happens. Okay. That was also a really obvious prompt. They're not usually like that forthright with like, hey, you... They're not usually that forthright with, hey, you should show this piece of evidence to this person you're talking to because it might be relevant to what's going on. Like, usually they're a little bit more subtle than that. But anyway. So long as that paper exists, I am a delightful angel with la broken wings. An angel, huh? Doesn't bode well when you think about it. They kept harassing me month after month. In the end, I had to give in. I agreed to help them. Help them? With what? Ma bien sûr, if I did not owe them the money, I would have refused. But my hands were tied. Please, what did you agree to help with? Help them with? No, I cannot say. If I tell you that woman, she will slice me up and eat me with a salad garnish. Ew. I hope he doesn't mean that he'll literally be sliced up and served with garnish. I mean... I think there's a high possibility. I'm going to guess that woman has something to do with your loan contract, am I right? Oh. Please, Miss Armstrong, tell us about that woman. The woman who was here earlier. I take it that she's, Why has it come to this? What a tragedy. Suddenly I find myself so deep in la debt. It is a sign of la bad world we live in, huh? No, I'd say it's more of a sign of la bad culinary skills. The woman who is here is a scary woman. She is from la loan office. Loan office? Is that where you borrowed $500,000 from? We tender lender, it is called. Catchy name. Just hearing it makes me want to borrow some money. Please, you must not borrow from them. If you must, no more than $10. $10? Sounds like your whole monthly stipend, Maya. Hey, give me a bit more than that. Thank you very much. Oh, I get a bit more than that. So Tenderlender is the loan office you borrowed $500,000 from, huh? I wonder if they've got anything to do with this case. Wouldn't surprise me. I mean, if that woman is just casually threatening people who are late with their loans or something like that, it wouldn't surprise me if a certain doppelganger, it may also be part of them. I am a weak woman. When I am upset, I have to buy something nice to cheer me up. Okay, hold on a minute. Okay, no, stop. I don't know which of these I actually want to go with, but they're both fucking terrible. This is either the effeminate gay man stereotype where they kind of playfully joke like they're a woman sort of thing, and because effeminate means you're a woman, obviously. And the thing where like everyone else is like kind of going with it, but Phoenix is the one person that's like, you know, he's a man, right? Or, well, I mean, that's probably what it is, but it has this other shade of it where it's like, even if that is what it's going for, which I'm, like, pretty confident that it probably is, there's this real undercurrent of, like, just complete disregard for gender non-conforming people. Because making this joke at the expense of gay men is also, like, implying a whole lot of other shit about, like, trans women, and I don't know. This is... I really want to hope that this character isn't actually, like, or is... Or, I don't know. No, but no, all of this is terrible. I don't like it. I fucking... Thanks to him loaning me the money, I have to pay back $500,000 now. I am like his slave. I have to do everything that he tells me. Who's this he? The tiger. The tiger? Oui, he is the manager of the Tenderlender. Terrifying man. A big city mobster. Well, guess we know who that is. When he shouts at me, my knees are trembling and his voice is ringing in my ears for 3 days. As soon as I hear the noises of that battered old scooter he rides, I start to cry. Big city mobster who rides a battered old scooter. Actually, so I just want to kind of clarify something I just said, because I realized, like, I probably didn't. This would be trying to be more and more succinct. So, like, if I'm reading this charitably, this is like a feminine man who kind of playfully refers to himself as a woman, right? But there's definitely, like, an undertone to that is, like, either transphobic or just generally gender non-conforming obic. Where the assertion that this man, or the assertion that Armstrong is a woman, but the juxtaposition of Phoenix very clearly saying that he is a man, is kind of the problem with this whole thing. Like, I don't know, like, I feel like the way this is framing this, I meant to read the statement that he is saying that he is a woman, that Armstrong is saying that they're a woman, is incorrect because of the thing that Phoenix keeps mentioning. But then you've got, and Maya is like, coded in, her interactions with certain characters are coded as, like, naive or kind of short-sighted and stuff like that. So Phoenix rebuking Maya or Phoenix Point correcting Maya on that particular front makes it seem like the assertion that Armstrong is a man is correct, and that that Armstrong's claim that they are a woman is not. Which, yeah, I don't think I need to explain why that's shitty. But there is a lot going on here, and this is a kind of analysis that is not my strong suit at the moment. Like, really unpacking the details behind this stuff, like, isn't, like, I'm not quite there where I really feel like I can, like, get it, right? Because I obviously have these, like, observations, and one of them leads to me because it happens to be something that I take a real issue with, being a person who's not, exceptionally manly, but is still cisgendered. Like, the implications of feminine men, blah, blah, blah. But there are multiple aspects to that, and the way that this game actually frames that, I think, is important. So, like, yeah, I thought it was worth mentioning that, like, wow, I just lost the big point. Fuck. Hi, pancakes. We're discussing some shit. Yeah. But yeah, I guess my point is that there's some not great shit happening here. And I feel like it wouldn't be responsible of me not to make a comment about how this is potentially, I say potentially, but potentially not great for people who are gender non-conforming. Anyway, let's move on. Phoenix's double is apparently the did he say CEO? I can't remember. Of the Tenderlender, which is, oh fuck, that's why the picture was taken. Like, why the fuck would I think it was implied earlier that Armstrong took the photo of the crime scene. So, like, why would he take a picture? Well, I think we're about to find out a possible thing. Who is this gentleman? Laugh my ass off. This is Jean Armstrong. They run the restaurant here. And they do the clearly doesn't actually speak French natively thing of adding la to the beginning of every noun, which is fun to voice. Yeah, there's a lot going on with this character, which I've kind of already talked about, but yeah, yeah, exactly. Exactly. And I'm honestly wondering whether or not they're gonna, like, pull a twist and be like, oh, that was just all an act. He was trying, or that Armstrong was trying to Armstrong was really trying to put on the air for the restaurant because, I mean, $500 million in debt. Does this guy resemble me by any chance? Oh, no. This man has a presence, a most formidable personality. Although, he does have a spiky hair, just like you. Is a resemblance there, I suppose. Sounds like this loan office is worth checking out after all. Sure is. If you want to visit the Tenderlender, it is just beyond Vitamin Square. Hey, Nick. If you need money, I can loan you some. As long as it's less than $3. Thanks for the offer. Just beyond Vitamin Square, huh? Okay. Well, I'm gonna head back to the precinct now. We've got a big meeting starting in a bit. About Maggie's case, you mean? No, that's pretty much wrapped up now. There's another big case going down at the moment, so she's been pushed aside. Okay, well, see you later then. Bye. Why do I feel like that's going to come up next? That there's a big case going on. Nope. You better get going, detective, or you'll be late. Actually, I, kind of got a favor to ask you. It's a big one. A favor? Yeah, it's for, Maggie, actually. I was kind of hoping you'd give this to her for me. What is it? It's a lunchbox. I got up early so I could make it. And I've been real worried about her. She looked like she'd lost a lot of weight. Detective Gumshoe? How many weenies are in here? There's not a person on Earth who could eat... could down this much meat. You think? I love weenies. I can't get enough of their tender juiciness. So will you give it to her? It took me ages to make, so please say you will, pal. Can't exactly say no, can I? Tenderly handmade lunchbox fills the stomach with love and plenty of weenies. Maybe I'll eat it myself if I get hungry. Don't forget, okay? I'm counting on you to give it to give that to Maggie. He's finally gone. Alright, blue screens first. Oh boy. Wow, this place is so high-tech. You can almost smell the electricity in the air. It is a computer firm, Maya. They can't work without electricity, you know. I am actually very familiar with that smell because I work with, like, I'm a software engineer, but we also, or the place I work also works on hardware and stuff. So we have, like, you know, open kind of circuit boards and stuff like that that we work with for, you know, obviously testing and stuff like that. And there is definitely a smell to the air when a lot of those are running at the same time. Who are you? Ma'am? Oh, hello. I'm sorry, access is restricted. Oh, no, that's that's Adrian Andrews' voice. God, she would absolutely, or they would absolutely sound like a, like, almost like, Siri or something like that. I'm sorry, access is restricted to authorized personnel only. This is a computer programming laboratory. There are far too many trade secrets that could be leaked. Wow, what secrets? Everything you see here is classified. No information can leave this building. Understood. Who is this woman? She's like a robot. From some kind of whacked educational show. Like, initially I thought Phoenix just fucked up, but I think that might have been a dig at shows that are, like, sort of educational, but not really. Yeah. My name is Lisa Basil. I'm the company director. Director? She's human? She seems like more like a ghost in a shell. Fuck did I walk back into? The CEO of a tech company. And yes, they do all dress like that. I can confirm. That thing over her eye. Isn't that the same device as Glen Elg's? That's an DMH, right? Nice try, but it's the other way around, Maya. It's an HMD. All of my programmers here at Blue Screens Inc. are supplied with HMDs. Then do you write programs too? No, I just enjoy wearing this. They are pretty cool. I wouldn't mind one. Oh shit, Charles, that means you're away from my bit where I was going over, like, how I'm pretty sure there's gonna be some problematic shit that comes up when, Armstrong is gonna be finally made the butt of, like, a really bad joke, but, I mean, to be fair, the first time I saw Armstrong, I was like, oh no, this is not gonna be good, and yeah, like, maybe not in the literal worst way, but there's gonna be something. So, what exactly is this firm's business? I will try to simplify it so that you can understand. We analyze the data management systems required by certain branches of industry, and then deliver optimum operating systems and source-level components to them. Huh? You lost me on the corner of analyze and management. That doesn't matter. They analyze stuff. You got that much right. The software we produce is distributed on CDs. Oh. A CD was taken from the crime scene. Wait, we never addressed that. I was like, oh boy, here it comes. Yeah, it's getting there. Wasn't there... Actually, now that I think... I don't know if this ever was, like... Oh no, I think someone actually found that at the crime scene. That's how we knew the name... That's how we knew, MC Bomber, I think. I don't know if we ever found that CD, though. Although, now that I think about it, that would have been another thing to point out in the courtroom, that, like, well, there was a CD at the crime scene, but I guess, like, we don't have evidence of that. We only have testimony from, I think it's Maggie, who people are probably not inclined to believe without evidence because she was the accused. But anyway. CDs. Yes, compact disc. Digital optical storage medium. And of course, CDs are used for software as well as music. It is a small firm, but all of my employees are first-class programmers. Let's ask one of them what they're doing. Oh my god, she actually shifted over. Excuse me, what are you working on right now? I'm researching the impact of time-logical access to shared global variables. Obviously, program structures influence response time and performance of the code variables and memory overheads is virtually important to the success of the execution. Well, you get the idea. This is the sort of thing we are involved in. You know what's funny? I actually understood, like, every single bit of that, despite the fact that I couldn't actually read all of it. And, like, really, like, there is really not, like, like, unless you're doing, like, low-level firmware programming, you don't actually need to worry too much about the access of global variables and stuff like that. I mean, they're instant access unless you're performing operations on them. And even then, like, unless it's a complicated data structure, you're really not pulling that much out of it. See, I can do that too. I'm sorry, I saw the opportunity and I took it. Well, you get the idea. This is the sort of thing we are involved in. Did you people follow all of that? Yeah. Your blank smile just said otherwise, Maya. I actually kind of want to look back through that and see if that actually was... Like, from the sound of it, it looked like the sort of thing that, like, yeah, that sounds like an optimization thing, but if you're a programmer, it's like, I mean, you don't really need to worry about that. That's like a pointless optimization. But, so, like, it's legit enough to be a concern, but not one that's, like, a realistic concern, if that makes sense. You know about what happened, right, Miss Basil? You mean about Glenn being poisoned? Yes, I know. It's terrible. Can you tell us anything that might be helpful? I don't think so. The police officer was here earlier too. But I couldn't tell him anything either, because... the waitress who committed the crime has nothing to do with Blue Screen's ink. Oh. How about Mr. Elden's desk? You cleared it out already? No, not yet. It's this one right in front of you. Okay, this is really dumb, I'm sorry. But the fact that he has, like, a gigantic fucking horse statue and his keyboard to his left, or, like, left of center of the monitor, makes my body ache. Like, I can feel trying to type like that, and... Like, I'm having shoulder and neck problems without having a setup that's this dumb, but... Ugh, ergonomics, no. If there's anything that might be useful to you, you are welcome to take it. I guess there might be a clue here somewhere. Oh, no, don't move. She is delightful. He needs a standing desk. Yeah, someone at my work actually has a standing desk. Like, I'd probably get one too, but, like, the area in which I sit isn't really made for that, and, like, I don't have a whole lot of depth in my desk space to really make room for that either. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know if it'd actually work. I need to move around the office for it to do that. Honestly, I just like to not be working a corner desk, because it feels like I can't put the chair I'm in at the right height, but every single desk in that office is a corner desk, unless you've got a cube. Or unless you've got, like, one of the like, officers lining the outside, which have all been taken by, you know, more senior members of the team. Wow, look at this mess. Looks like they're all betting tickets. What kind of betting tickets? Betting on which horse will win a given race. They're horse racing tickets. Oh, wow. His drawers are stuffed full of these. Looks like they're all losing tickets, though. Horse racing betting tickets found in Glenelg's desk. There's over 500 of them. This many tickets would get you... what? A buck down at the recycling center? That sounds very suspicious. Yeah. But I didn't know you were so hard up that you'd try to profit from the dead, Nick. I'm just taking them as evidence, Maya. Also, what is this? Bro, why? Oh, okay, no. Is this man's spine, like... No, you know what, that's not funny. I shouldn't say that. Yeah, that's not... no. Whoa, look at this desk, Nick. What a mess. Looks pretty average to me. You can't get any work done with everything all over the place like this. Yeah, especially a great fuck-off statue of a fucking... Well, I don't know if that's a statue or like a cutout, but... I think, too, that it's also covering the monitor, which obviously you're probably not meant to interpret that he left the desk like that. Well, sorry. There wasn't a whole lot of thought put into what that actually makes... Oh, sorry. Oh, fuck me. That was probably not put there to suggest that he was actually using his desk like that. It's only meant to characterize him. That looks like a sleeping bag. Oh, yeah. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, that tracks. He was probably... oh, God. He probably took out a loan from Tenderlender. And that may be a reason he was killed. Because if Armstrong is involved and Fake Phoenix is involved... Oh, what the hell did Maya call him? Xeniop, I think? Xeniop? If Xeniop is, like, involved in this killing, then that kind of looks like it was a hit for that particular reason. There, a place like this, I think. Real whiz kids can work under any condition, you know. Phoenix, stop. Just trying to hint that I should tidy my desk more. I'll clean out my desk when Maya stops asking silly questions. No hurry then. Hey, this calendar. What about it? This is another hint about tidying, you can forget it. Someone's marked December 3rd in red pen. December 3rd? That's the day Mr. L was murdered. Is there anything else? Yeah. It says, meet with the tiger. The tiger? That look. Wait, which look? Oh no, there were so many looks I don't know which one you're talking about. He's really pounding that keyboard, isn't he? Oh god, that man is gonna ruin his fingers. Wow, I bet that's where the pro in programmer comes from, huh? I guess I shouldn't be resting on my laurels. Gotta expand my skill set and all that. Yeah, that's a good idea. Maybe I could become old CD's apprentice. And what about your spirit medium training? Oh, he's... okay, we get nothing. Yeah, no, same thing. Server rack. Hey, look, Nick, it's a supercomputer. Looks like it's really smart and wise, doesn't it? Computers are only as smart as the humans who use them, Maya. True. Very true. After Nick talked about whiz kids. Oh, yeah. Fucking goddamn. If you're good enough, you can work in any conditions. Fuck you, Phoenix. That explains why we don't use the computer in our office. You work there too, Maya. Yeah, but at least I'm... Please, don't argue about something that's so trivial. Otherwise, the computer will laugh at you. Huh? She said she'd laugh at us, Nick. She She's a human, Maya, not a computer. You gotta do some dishes real quick. No worries, man. You do what you gotta do. Wait, what was that? These pillars almost look like they're moving. It's kind of unsettling. No, they just look a bit twisted or warped or whatever word I'm looking for. This office was designed with a futuristic feel in mind. Futuristic? Yes, we tried to imagine what things might look like in the future when we designed it. It helps to soothe and calm the soul. Really, it seems soulless. Like, unironically, one of the things that really leaps out to me in this room is the fact that there is no sunlight. And, like, obviously I don't know where this is. Maybe it's not even possible, but, like, funnily enough, like, so I have worked in 2 offices at the job I'm working at the moment. One that's a bigger facility and a lot more open. The other is part of a larger building that we don't fully own. That we don't, like, lease out just by ourselves. And one of the changes that happened was that in the first place, there was a lot of natural sunlight that got in because we were, like, the office was on a wall and everything was pretty open, so nothing blocking the windows. So, like, if it was sunny, you could see all the sun. If it was, yeah. Like, it really lit up the place and it felt nice, I guess. The new office we went to, though, is entirely lined by offices. So some offices still get sunlight, but the real center where most people are working gets so little of that it's pretty much just the artificial lighting. And I tell you what, it feels so much worse to be working in that situation than when I was working at home here with, like, a window right here where, like, I could just get natural light into a room. And, like, maybe it's just me, but, like, my mood can vary very differently depending on the weather. So if it's sunny out and I'm having a bad day, I might feel less bad, if that makes sense. So yeah, I look at this and I'm like, yeah, no, get me a window, please. On second thought, I agree with you, Nick. This place is really unsettling. Did I get the... Yeah, okay, I did get that acceptance. Nice. Is there anything that makes sense to present to you? I mean, I guess we could. About Mr. L. He was a top programmer. I would even say he was a genius. But he did suffer from 1 or 2 bugs in his personality. Oh? Like what? He was a bit of a loser. Perhaps that would be the best way to describe it. That's what got him into trouble. What's the matter? He was a top programmer. I would even say he was a genius. He was really no trouble at all. A model employee. Hey, wait a minute. Just now you said something about him being in trouble. Gotta find out what this trouble was exactly. Well, I mean, I figured it out, so that's fine. President Godot. Did you make this? Would you mind taking... Yeah. I'm sorry, that data is super admin restricted desktop access password protected. Super admin restricted desktop access password protected? What? This is madness. No, Maya, that is Sparta. Oh god, that's so stupid! Oh god, that actually got me. Holy fuck. What? Wait. Okay, hang on. We need to do some research here. When did 300 release? 2007. When did Trials and... Trials and Tribulations. When was it released? It got into the US by 2007. Oh, fuck off. Yeah, 2008. Oh no, 2007 in America. Oh yeah, no. The localization may have been doing... may have been done around the same time. Holy shit. That was not a reference I was expecting to turn up in this game, to be honest. No, Maya, that is Sparta. She won't tell us unless we say the right code word. Code word? Sesame. If it's not Sesame, then I must be her mother's maiden... It must be her mother's maiden name. That's how it always is. There's no point in having a password if it's always the same thing, Maya. I guess she doesn't want to talk about this. Maybe we should focus on asking about Glen Elg. What do you say? I already did that, so... I think we're good here. We'll go to Tenderlander next. But I guess we'll run into the old man. Uh-oh. I don't see any sign of Mr. Kudo, do you? Maybe he went to buy another ton of bird seeds. I was kind of hoping he wouldn't be here anyway. At least, not for now. Besides, any more seeds today and I'm liable to turn into a real phoenix. Hey, check this out. I wouldn't get too close to that if I were you. Otherwise, you might be in for a shock. My phony must be lurking someplace nearby. Just imagine, a tiger, loose in the city. Meanwhile, the real phoenix is like an abandoned chick, lost in a vast urban jungle. Huh? Don't worry, someday you will grow up and become a ferocious tiger too. Don't lose hope. Why is she trying to pep talk me into becoming my phony? Bird. Hey look, pigeons. Yeah, and heaps of them too. Did you know the pigeons are a symbol of peace? Oh, we've already done this. That's a dove, not a pigeon. Yeah. Poor things. So they can't be symbols of peace and harmony just because they're grey. Is that it? You're overthinking this one by just a smidge, Maya. Alright. Win through compromise. This place gives off a really strange vibe, doesn't it? It looks like the tiger isn't in his lair. And that is, as they say, a very good thing. Welcome. Talk about a creepy voice. Makes your soul want to shrivel up and die. There she is. You're here to discuss alone? No. Not exactly. The manager is away at the moment. Wait quietly, please. She's gone. Just like that. I guess we'll just have to come back another time. This is the perfect opportunity, Nick. This place reeks of suspicion. Come on, Nick. Let's take a look around, okay? Do you think it'd be okay? Oh my god, I can see a suit right there with the fucking lawyer's badge on it. This motherfucker was dressing up like me, like Phoenix. Go on. Oh, fuck, I didn't read the rest of that. Coffee. Ah! I'll leave it here for you to enjoy. Quietly. Yes, thank you. Do not touch the desk, please. Nick! Let's get out of here. Now she wants to get out of here. Oh, we're not getting out of here. We're not getting out of here. What's this? It's a punching bag. What? No way. You wouldn't catch me walking around with a bag like that. What do you mean, walking around? The design's gross to start with, and it's way too heavy to be practical. Why is it called a punching bag? Don't people know messenger bags are in? I knew it. I was right before, back at Tribulations. Paris fashion is more my thing. I really, really hope she's pulling my chain on this one. That's one impressive desk on one impressive rug. Solid gold, Nick. Gold! Just look at that shine. Only real gold shines like that. Do you really want such a shiny desk, though? I'm back. Wait, we're in a boxing gym now? No, this is the office of the manager of Tenderlander. Oh wait, I don't think you've seen him yet. I think we might be meeting him before this little section is up. Would you really want such a shiny desk though? I don't know, but let's see what it's like to sit on a solid gold desk. I'm completely dazzled. That's because it's completely dazzling. I can see up my nose in the reflection. That's gotta be really distracting. The desk isn't practical. No surprise here. Or there. CDs, eh? There's a CD player on the desk. The desk is so loud, it's a wonder you can hear it. The lid's open. I wonder what kind of music the tiger's into. Have you finished the coffee? Ah! Yes, thanks. It was lovely. So, you drank it all? If you touch anything else that doesn't belong to you, there's always another cup. Why would you implicate yourself like that? Or yourselves? What the fuck? Oh no, that laugh scares me. Yeah. That coffee. It was laced with something. I'm almost sure of it. Nick, my stomach, it's killing me. Oh, wait. Maybe it was just the burger I ate before breakfast. I sure hope so. We better take a look at that CD while we're still alive and have the chance. What the? What? It's not the Rocco soundtrack, is it? Claw of the Tiger? Oh, God. Oh. Shit. Charles, there was an honest-to-God 300 reference in this game. Actually, I can show it to you. I can show it when we go back. She scares me. 16-year-old Charles would be in love with her. Yeah. 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 It's a demo CD. The artist's name has been written on the disc in pen. MC Bomber. What? This must be the CD Maggie told us about. Let's listen to it. I bet it's heavy metal. No way. That woman will make us drink more coffee if we do. Found a tender lender. A simple disc with a name written marker. Okay, there's more shit we need to look at. First of all is the imitation Phoenix outfit. Hey, look at this Parisian-style coat. It's so chic. It looks more like a pimp coat to me. Guess I haven't got an eye for fashion. Hey, look at this. This suit is the same color as the one you wear, Nick. Same color as my suit? Ah! Keep your voice down, Maya. Nick, you've got to take a look at this. Some cake. Ah! I'll just leave it here for you. Yeah, sure. Thanks. Just wait here quietly. Otherwise... Sure. Did you hear that, Nick? Wait quietly, she said. Yeah, sure. I have my eye on you. Only so I can take care of you. Understand? I'm scared, Nick. So? What are you getting so excited about for? Look on the lapel of this suit. That's an attorney's badge. Unmistakable. 100% genuine. God, who could mistake that for a real lawyer's badge? I don't know. I can't tell the difference. Hang on. Let's have a look. I got it. So if you look closely at the scales, there's 3 lines joining the bottom. There's only 1 in there. Got it. It's fake. Fuck me. Is the tiger a lawyer? No way. Look at this thing. It's made of paper. Paper badge. Found at Tender Lender. Made of cardboard and painted to look authentic. For some reason, your badge suddenly looks really cheap to me, Nick. Why doesn't anyone recognize an obviously fake badge when they see one? That is a good question, Phoenix. I'm sure it will never get mentioned again. Let's see. This round doll thing is called a Daruma, I think. figured I'd read a book or two. I figured I'd read a book or two and be more cultured, in case you're wondering. You mean you aren't making stuff up for a change? I bet you also didn't know that no matter what, he'll always right himself. Go on, Nick. Give him a good shove. Only if I feel like dying. Now this yellow thing. This is a Japanese chess piece. I think it's a king. Not that I'm an expert or anything. I'm more of a reversey person, you know. Assuming she knows what she's talking about. These aren't exactly your typical mobster wannabe items. They're not trophies, are they? Ugh. Hey! There's a piece of paper sticking out from under here. What is it? A repair bill? Looks like he did some repair work on his car. Does he even have one? $15,000 to replace a bumper and a light? That's insane! Well, car's registered to the Cadaverinus. Huh? So it's not even the Tiger's car? Why would someone else's repair bill be in the Tiger's office? Car repair bill for 15 grand, paid by Tigre to the Cadaverini family. Interesting. Win through compromise. I wonder what that's supposed to mean. It must mean something if they took the trouble to frame it like that. Yeah, well, still doesn't make any sense to me. That. Ah! That's Tenderlender's guiding principle. Oh? Compromise the customer to win. Ah. Oh, I see. How about you, Nick? Yeah, well, as long as we don't have to compromise my hair, I'd say we're okay. That's one slogan no business owner should ever explain to their customers. Ugh. Oh no, someone's dropped the ashtray on the floor. This is going to be a nightmare to clean up. Yeah, it's all over the rug and everything. I accidentally knocked over a really big space heater once. Cleaning up was such a pain. It was one of those super antiques where you have to burn a ton of charcoal. I actually managed to knock one of those over. Aren't they supposed to be super heavy? Oh hey, there's a book of matches here too. Matches, huh? Please don't give those out. Places don't give those out much nowadays. Hey, wait a second. What is it? Look what's printed on its cover. It says Très Bien. Matches used for advertising, found lying in Tenderlander. These matches could come in handy. You might be able to use them. Yeah! Pilot light for the office boiler keeps going out. Swing and a miss, Maya. Swing and a miss. Uh-oh. He's here. Ah! Come out from under the desk, Maya. There he is. So this is Phoenix's doppelganger. How are people in this world stupid? This world's stupid. Wait, this is a lot, though. Okay. This looks nothing like Nick. I know! It's so bad! He doesn't even talk like Nick. Oh, actually, before we go into this, I did find one of the implications of that fascinating, even though this has obviously been, like, kind of exaggerated to some degree. But, like, there have been a lot of situations where Phoenix has either been really new, or he's done something really stupid, or there's been just some weird shit about the court case he's working with, where, like, he's seen dead people, he's seen, like, Maya's ghost, he's seeing Mia's ghost, Maya's transforming into Mia, and he's constantly being surprised by shit. Like, if you actually think about the way that Phoenix acts in a court case from the perspective of someone in that world, Phoenix suddenly acting out of character isn't actually that uncommon. And I found it intriguing that, like, if there was anyone in the world that would mistake someone for Phoenix, it would have been Maggie, given the whole amnesia thing that happened in the case that was involved with her. But this is too much. What are you doing snooping around in my office for? Nothing. We were just... precious carpet. You've got ash on my rug. You're gonna wish your ugly feet never came through my door. It wasn't us. It was already like... You just want to argue with me? Is that what you're doing? You think yous can take me on? I'm gonna flatten yous two into pancakes and then use you... and then turn yous into my new rugs. Ah! Oh. Don Tigre. You're back. Ah. That voice. It's like evil seeping into your head through your ears. I'm sorry, Don Tigre. I knocked over that ashtray earlier, and... Oh, has she got a death wish or what? No. Yep, no, I knew it. I fucking knew it. Oh, right. Huh? Forget about it, Violetta. It's nothing. What? I ain't gonna get mad at you. You're too cute, you hear? That's so unfair. Here, have some cookies. I just baked them. And you'll need some strong espresso while you're discussing your loan. Yeah, well, she may not be the real... Well, no, I mean, yeah, she might actually be the real boss. But the other dynamic that's interesting here is, like, the lackey that, like, this guy... That is the only person this guy is actually, like, kind of considerate to as well. Obviously, part of that is probably just, like, her intimidating presence and that, but yeah, no, that tracks. Phoenix, right. Yes. You was either crazy or just plain stupid to chase after me. I worked so hard, but now you've gotta come up and mess up my plan. So it was him. He's my phony. Heh, I don't care. No one gets in my way. What? I mean, excuse me? You should have left the little girl at home, right? I have a few things I want to ask. Ah! No questions. This is the last time we meet. What just happened? Ah! Wait! Please! That was pretty weak, Nick. Hi, the Dill Pickle. How's it going? Welcome. A lot is happening. You waited until he was out of earshot before you shouted after him. Like you're one to talk. I didn't hear you scream, hold it either. The espresso. Ah! And cookies. Swimming is definitely not good for my heart. Now, what was it the tiger called her? Violetta? Oh my god, we're actually going to talk to her. So, I'm kind of curious about your company, Tenderlander. With the warm and friendly atmosphere you'd expect from a family-sized business. Oh, how silly of me. I thought it was getting colder in here, but no, it can't be. A conscientious, conscientious rate of interest and an attractive repayment policy. Why do I get the feeling this sentence is not going to end well? We will tenderly lend you that little bit extra here at Tenderlender. Hey Nick, things are a bit tight for Wright & Co. at the moment, aren't they? I mean, there's that $500 you owe me from our card game for starters. Why don't you take out a loan? I like to take out a loan from a place like this. Not so much. Tenderlender is on your side. So, let's say I'm late with my repayment. What happens then? We'd give you more coffee. Strong coffee. Right. Think I'd rather skip town. Hey, just remember I can make strong coffee too, Nick. Strong tea as well. Oh, Maya. So, do you know about the incident we're investigating? What incident? Well, the man was poisoned in a restaurant just near here. That incident.
Let me see. I was here that day with the manager.
Manager being the tiger.
Furio Tigre.
Furio. Oh, Furio Tigre? So that's where the tiger thing comes from.
Zinniop's got a real name, Nick.
Oh, Zinniop's got a real name.
Nick, hurry up and find out more about him.
Oh, I guess we probably finally have a court record thing for him now. Yeah. Possibly part of the staff at Tenderlender, a thoroughly bitter person. Bitter is not the word I would have used. But sure. Home company also known as the Tiger. Oh, I should have presented that. Can I ask you about the Tiger? I mean, Mr. Tigre?
Cookie.
Sure.
How do you like my cookies? I bake them myself.
Go ahead, Nick. The honor is all yours. No. Ladies first, Maya. And how I look at it, how I look at this, I just don't get it. What are the tiger and this scary girl doing working together?
We are lovers.
That's not exactly coming across in your tone of voice.
And I owned Don Tigre in my life. He's the one who saved me.
The tiger saved you?
Please, address him properly as Don Tigre. Otherwise, I'll have to...
Okay. Don Tigre. Of course. I'm sorry. You saved her life. She'll like to know how that happened. Okay, that didn't really update, but I guess I can... Yep.
I'm very frail, you see. Just recently, I died once.
You died?
About 4 months ago. The doctors said to abandon all hope.
I guess they were expecting her to take a boat ride across the River Styx.
But Don Tigre, he saved me. He gave up everything.
Everything?
When I found out what he had done for me, I was happy.
No offense, but I'm finding that a little hard to believe.
I decided I'd pay him back with my life by serving him coffee and espresso.
I still wonder about what's in her coffee. So, is that why you've got that bandage around your head?
This
head bandage. Oh, cool. She'll get to meet Zag. Well, ideally. So what's the story with the bandage?
They put it on after the operation.
Operation?
It's just a little injury. A little fatal injury.
A fatal injury? Maya just suffered one herself by the sound of it. So that's the injury you were talking about before when you said you had died once? Oh, shit.
She really creeps me out, Nick.
Same here, but we've got to find out the truth. Alright, I guess we'll give this a shot first to see if I have, like, any evidence initially. But I'll probably have to dig into this a little bit more before I can really, get through to her. But knowing that ahead of time is usually a good thing. Alright, so what are we looking for? A head bandage. You said that that bandage around your head was from an operation. You also said you suffered a fatal injury to the head, correct?
Yes. That operation was very difficult, apparently.
Now, by fatal injury, you mean you were hurt very badly somehow, right? Did the injury in question have something to do with this? Okay, I have no fucking clue. Yeah, we don't have much. That is a long shot, which I don't believe is correct, but yeah, I don't think we have anything on this right now. Investigate and gather more clues. I sure should. Alright. Shit. Why does this Okay. Yeah, I think we examined everything in here. Examined all of that. Examined the thing. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I think we'll move on for now and, see what's up. There he is! Old Seedy's back feeding the pigeons again. There, take this, and this, and get out of my park. Like I thought, he's really mad. Come on, Maya, just keep your head down and let's sneak away while we still can. What? Why? Hello, old man. What are you doing, Maya? Huh? Hey, just turned his back on us. I'm not surprised. Bet I really hurt his pride in court this morning. Hey, Mr. Kudo! Pigeon. Oh, God. Look, we really need to talk to you, alright? Out with the demons, in with good fortune. Ow, ow, ow! Seeds, shell splinters, painful. Always knew you were a demon, Maya. Oh, we actually are talking to him. I'm sorry about what happened in court earlier today. Everyone be talking about me behind my back now. Dirty old man who was so busy looking at the serving girl's backside that he can't remember her face. Filthy, depraved animal. Not at all. You listen to me, boy. I don't care what you say. I saw that waitress put it in. Oh, shit. That was Violetta. Huh. If that's actually the case, then, like, the leading, or So, we saw, like, an intro to this case that seemed to imply that someone with Phoenix's hair sprinkled something into the coffee that killed, Glenn. But if what the old man is saying is true, then maybe Violetta did it. Although I guess she doesn't have the bandage around her head. Which, given the fact that we've had Psyche locks, could mean, maybe it's part of the disguise. Well, it could just be that the bandage is kind of like a front, right? So from this angle, we can't see the bandage. That's like the obvious thing to kind of point to, because the accident that Violetta supposedly had was a fair while ago. So she would have been wearing the bandage if that was the case. But what could also be true is that she never had an injury, or that the bandage is not actually required for that. In which case, it's just kind of meant to be... Like, it's one of those things where, like, the fact that this person is wearing a distinguishing thing makes it so that if they're not wearing the distinguishing thing, suddenly it's a lot harder to identify it's them. If that makes sense. Yeah. She put some white powder in that young lad's Javachino. We hear you. And another thing, the young layabout was wearing an earpiece, on the same side as the lens of his broken spectacles. We're really sorry. So I made a little mistake about the vase. So what? I know what I saw. I tell you. Okay. Take it easy, please, Mr. Kudo. Don't tell me to take it easy, you spiky-haired brat. Take this. You said you were a craftsman, right? What well-cast solace craftsman like me aside in droves? Surely it's not that. I came from a long line of craftsmen, right back to the time of the shoguns. You hear me? I didn't become an embroiderer, I was born one. Actually, I'm kind of in the same situation myself. I stick my fingers up that dribbling old judge's nose, and scream right down his ear hole. Objection! Oh, so did you want to become a lawyer when you were younger? I don't think that's quite it, Maya. I think he's just in a bad mood, that's all. I've got a tsunami of frustration inside and is ready to burst out. We let him start rambling now, we might never shut him up. What should I do? Cut in. Actually, we've got places to go, things to check and stuff. Maybe another time? Fine, whatever. Just don't forget. Got a tsunami worth of grumbling to do. Yes, yes. This girl right here is really looking forward to hearing it all, honestly. What? I never said that. Come to the place where I work then. Here, bring this along with you. What is this? It's covered in seeds. A discount coupon for a burger? I really want someone to grumble at, huh? Although it is a burger joint. Oh, I can still... Yeah, sure. We'll go back to decision. Tsunami of frustration. Suck it up. Guess I better let him talk. So there's not much call for craftsmen these days, then? Of course not, you idiot. All I'm good for nowadays is running errands. Errands? Everyone takes advantage of the elderly. Buy some bread, Gramps. Take the dog for a walk, Granddad. Feed the pigeons, old man. What am I? Some sort of 2-bit community handyman? Well... Buy some bread, now that I can understand. Now that I can understand. What's the point of feeding some seedy pigeons? Why don't people say what they mean? Get lost. That's what they're trying to say. Oh yes, I'm just an inconvenience, you see. At home, at that restaurant, just get in the way, don't I? I'm sure you don't. Wait a minute. What did he just say? At home and at that restaurant? Hold up. Wait, restaurant, are you talking about Tribulations? Did you get asked to run an errand there too? Oh. Oh, fuck me. This is getting to be a lot. Yes, I did. The very day that that young brat was poisoned. What? So on the day of the incident, what were you asked to do? Glad you asked, boy, because I'll tell you what I was asked to do. All of a sudden, that young lad slumped over the table. The serving girl collapsed. And I broke that vase. It all happened so fast, I was in a bit of a daze, you see. Then the owner shouted over to me. Excusez-moi, you, call the police. Call them yourself. I should have said back, but I didn't think of it at the time. So, did you end up calling the police? Like I said, I was in a bit of a daze. Did you call them on your cell phone? Ha! Do I look like I've had one of those newfangled thingamajigs? I went out looking for a payphone, of course. You went looking for one? I couldn't find one right away, you know? Wandered around for 5 minutes or so. 5 minutes? So for 5 minutes after the incident happened. Yes, sorry, and it was at Tribulations on his own. Why didn't you mention this in court this morning? Well, I would have if you'd given me the chance. You all bullied me out of the courtroom. I guess that's kind of true. Yeah, they just didn't want to listen to him because it was like, oh, none of this is fucking credible. Fucking move on, let's go. Like, thank you, Mr. Kudo. You certainly earned your kudos for today. Wait a minute. If that's the case, there's more. I've got more to say. Oh, yes, I remembered something else. Bailiff, escort the witness out of the courtroom. It's not my fault. You're the ones to blame. You could have at least told us before we got to court. Is it really that important that Mr. Kudo was the one who called the police? What's important is the unaccounted time before the police arrived. The victim was dead, and Maggie was unconscious. Which leaves that woman... I mean, that... Fucking... God damn it. That man alone in the restaurant. Mr. Kudo might have been chased out of the place on purpose. What do you mean? Maybe a certain someone didn't want him in the restaurant. Ah. Oh, sure. You go ahead and say I was in the way as usual. Suppose I should have been getting myself covered in pigeon poop instead, We need to get more details about what exactly happened. From Maggie and from Miss Armstrong. Yep. Looks like Mr. Armstrong's out again. But the place is open for business. Can't have an open restaurant without a chef. Hey, it's not my fault, Nick. Don't take it out on me. Only a couple of minutes after the incident happened, Mr. Kudo left the scene, leaving Miss Armstrong here alone. Missing when we need to talk to him the most. Maybe he's trying to avoid us on purpose. Could be true. I don't think there's anything to really examine here. Nothing I can really see has changed. You go and check in on Maggie. Oh, there we are. Oh, Mr. Wright! Hello, Maggie. So, they finished questioning you? Wasn't it just unbelievable in court today, sir? I'm going to stay up all night and blog about everything that happened. Weren't you scared? It was pretty touch and go then and there. Yeah, you totally nailed that old man. Well, he was all over the place with his testimony. He's not the only one. Huh? What do you mean? Everyone else's testimonies don't match up either. Not with what I remember of the incident, anyway. Is it possible she is the one misremembering things? Maggie, you know how you said that everyone else provided testimony that doesn't match up with what you remember? Yep, there are just so many things that don't seem to add up. The biggest contradiction is the other guy I saw at the victim's table. He was the one who slipped something into the victim's coffee. I'm sure it was him. Didn't Mr. Kudo testify earlier today that it was the waitress who put some white powder in the coffee cup? So you really think it was this disappearing man that did it? Well, he's not the only thing that disappeared. The CD vanished as well. You know, the CD with the writing on it, which puts either Violetta or Furio at the scene of the crime, if that ended up in the office. Oh yeah, the MC Screwdriver album, right? It was MC Bomber, Maya. That name was scrawled on the sports paper as well. They never did find the CD at the crime scene, sir. Or the victim's medication. That's gone missing too. Ouch, my head. This is getting way too complicated for me. Yeah, like, to be fair, this is getting immensely more complicated than some of the other cases we've had up to this point. I know I used to be on the police force, but I'm incarcerated now. I don't pick up much information in here. All I can help you with is a menu. Hey, come on, Maggie, don't let your spirits fail. Or fall. You said that you passed out when the victim, Glenn collapsed, right? Yes. It's so embarrassing. I mean, I used to be a cop. When I came to, the restaurant was buzzing with police. Before I knew what was going on, they arrested me, sir. So between the time the victim collapsed and the time the police arrived on the scene, you have no idea what went on at Tribulations. No, no idea at all. Why? Is it important, Mr. Wright? The other witness, the old man from the park, was pretty much chased out of the picture. Chased out of the picture? What do you mean? Old CD wasn't inside the restaurant because he was told to go call the police. Exactly. And you, Maggie, were unconscious. That means Mr. Armstrong was alone in the restaurant for a brief period of time. No. You don't think Mr. Armstrong set me up, do you? When you consider the facts, it's hard to imagine that Mr. Armstrong isn't involved in this at all. Grr. It's like the master biting the paw of the dog that feeds it. Are you sure about this, Mr. Wright? Well, the old man said as much when we spoke with him earlier. I don't know, the things that that man says don't add up for some reason, sir. Maggie looks like she's trying to figure something out. Maybe we should ask Maggie exactly what she knows about old CD? I am noticing that this game is actually being a little bit more direct with, like, the evidence and the profiles we should be presenting, which, like, I appreciate. Like, in these sections, I feel like being a bit more direct with what we should be, or what we should be talking to people about can kind of prompt people to realize that you need to present something. Whereas I feel like in other cases, there's been situations where it hasn't been obvious, or it's been made no sense that we needed to present something to someone to continue a conversation. Yeah, I'm like, because I do appreciate having to put it together yourself to some degree, but there's definitely a risk with that you do something that's obtuse, like the whole thing with I think it was KT Security in the last case, where we were talking to Larry about it, and the conversation ended, and we knew about KT Security, but you only went to KT Security after you presented a piece of evidence that was explicitly commented on in that conversation. I forget the exact details, but it didn't feel intuitive, right? Whereas like an aside where Phoenix is kind of like, maybe I should press that, or like Maya's like, hey, we should ask them more about this thing. It's obviously a little more heavy-handed, but you're a lot less likely to lose the player in it. I'm not sure which approach I prefer, honestly, because like I said, I do appreciate the letting the player kind of figure it out to some extent, but I guess like in a situation like this, like it's not so much figuring out it's not so much like puzzle solving so much as it is like remembering the things you should be talking to people about, and that there's an option to do that the conversation doesn't always end with the conversation topics that you can pick and talk. Yeah, I keep going back and forth on it, honestly. With hindsight, anyway. I know in the moment I tend to rag on it a lot, but like I do appreciate the attempt to like give the player, or put the onus more on the player to piece these things together, to remember to present things to people and stuff like that. But yeah, maybe that's just me. I feel much better after the trial this morning. I've been a bit of a courtroom proceedings addict for years now. It feels like forever since I saw a witness as slippery as that old man. He's not really that bad of an old man, though. Still, I feel a bit uneasy. Huh? I thought you just said you felt much better. Maggie, if there's something on your mind, you've got to tell us. Especially if it has anything to do with Mr. Kudo or his testimony. Roger. I'll spill it all and see what you make of it. Is there anything about Mr. Kudo's testimony that stood out as odd to you? Actually, yes. The fact that he was even testifying to begin with doesn't quite... Huh? Doesn't quite what? Well, when I took the coffee over to the victim's table... It's true that there was another customer in the restaurant. Yeah, we know that already. It was Victor Kudo. But I can't really say it was an old man. Okay then, how about calling him a really old middle-aged man? No, age isn't the issue. The other customer was a woman. A woman? Are you sure, Maggie? What the fuck is going on here? This reminds me a little bit of a thing Danganronpa does every now and then, where like... Or something that Danganronpa has done. I keep bringing it back, but it's the only other series of this type I have experience with. Where there's like two sets of events that happen, and the idea of the criminal is to blur these together enough that it appears to be the one event. But what's actually happening is two separate things. So there were two incidents where so there's two incidents, right? The one where Glenn actually died, and the one the old man saw, right? So Maggie goes to deliver the coffee to Furio and Glenn. Furio slips in the dust, or slips in the powder to the coffee. He drinks it, falls over, right? Cool. There is another set of events where Violetta seems to deliver the coffee, actually puts powder into the coffee, and Glenn dies when there's no one in front of him. We got an idea of the timeline here, I wonder? Okay, so we know... Or, okay, so I think we can presume that... Well, the autopsy report says anywhere between 1:30 and 2:30, right? Died sometime during that time. We know he was listening to the radio for the lottery. We can presume he was probably still alive then. So, at 1:30, he is still alive. Cool. Do we have anything else that can add time to this whole situation? I feel like Gumshoe said something about 10 minutes, but I don't know if we actually have that as evidence. But what is possible here is that, okay, there is a 5-minute gap where Kudo wasn't in the restaurant, but what actually happened over a longer period of time, and what Kudo witnessed, specifically because everyone knows he's an old man, is you had a bunch of people pretending to be them, and then replaced the crime scene with the actual, like, replaced the whole thing with the actual crime scene with Glenn's actual body. Like, I feel like something like that is happening here. Are you sure, Maggie? Well, I'm not 100% sure, but I think so. So, what did this woman look like? She was sort of creepy. She had a kind of cackling laugh. Creepy. Cackling? Why do I get the feeling I've come across a woman like that recently? We do have one more thing to present you, though. Oh, yeah. I've got something you're going to love. Really? What is it? A lunchbox. Just for you. Here. Wow, a lunchbox. Weenies, too. I can't believe it. Thank you, sir. Did you make this just for me, Mr. Wright? Nah, it was Detective Gumshoe. Who else would make such a nice lunchbox for you? Detective Gumshoe? He's really worried about you. Looks like he put a lot of effort into making this, too. I can't accept it. Detention center rules. No gifts allowed, sir. Hey, come on, Maggie. Don't be like that. The rules are the rules. They'll lock you up if you break them. Somehow, when an ex-cop-turned-waitress says that, it seems a whole lot scarier. Yeah, fair. And anyway, I hate weenies. You didn't sound like you hated them. Oh, really? It's all yours, Maya. You can enjoy it with Mr. Wright. But... She's right. It's better than letting it go to waste. But... I guess so. Wait! Did we eat that in front of her? Oh my god, you two! What the fuck? Like, Maggie is clearly, like, dealing with some very conflicted feelings about, like, Gumshoe's testimony and stuff like that. She seems really torn up about it, and is clearly refusing it. Like, the way that Maya and Phoenix are reacting to this, like, they know that the reason she's rejecting that is not because of the rules, but because it's got to do with Gumshoe. And there's obviously some really, like, kind of, there's obviously some really, tough emotions that are coming up right now, and Maggie is, like, clearly, like, really conflicted and upset. And then Maya and Phoenix just eat the thing in front of her. Read the room, you two! Well, how was it? That hit the spot. I love weenies. Oh, good. I'm glad I gave it to you then, so. Nothing else. Oh, yeah. That's from when I was carrying a customer's breakfast over to them. The ketchup splotch, you mean? My whole face was fire engine red thanks to that stuff. But you spilled the ketchup on your apron, didn't you? I don't see how... The ketchup-covered omelette went flying and hit the customer in the face. Oh, talk about a tomato red face. Makes me wish I could have seen it myself. Yeah, I guess. It's kind of a sight to behold. Okay. I think we're done here. What? I haven't been to criminal affairs in a while. Let's see what's up. Main server just went up in smoke. Why the heck isn't the press conference set up yet? Oh, why isn't the press conference set up yet? The superintendent's here already. Yeah, and there's a problem with the internet too. I already told you to stop using your computer, Chief. But I'm watching videos online. I'm catching up on my Asian soap operas. It's soup operas, Jesus. It's gonna have to wait, Chief. I'm throwing the switch. No! Just when some young guy, fuck me, was about to confess to his son's hot truck girlfriend. Oh, fuck, Charles, before this thing is up, I need to show you the joke. Wow, this place really is buzzing. Something must be going down. Something really big. Huh? What are you two doing here? What are you doing here, pal? Detective Gumshoe. He can't be here right now. He'll be roped into the briefing if you stay. Huh? We've got big problems here today. Why? What's going on? It's a virus. A virus. Okay, clearly something really big is happening that's probably going to come up in the next case. A virus? There's a virus ripping through the precinct's computer system. Oh, but I really need to ask you some questions. Okay, I'm gonna say this once, so listen up. Yes. No matter how poor you get, never borrow money from a place like this, you hear? Okay. If you got money trouble, just go on a diet of instant noodles and hang in. We're not thinking about borrowing money, Detective. We want information. Oh, is that all? Well, let's see. Tender lender is considered to be even fishier than the average illegal loan shark. And it seems it ran into trouble just recently. Those guys have been pretty heavy-handed, calling in all their debts. Really? Don't go poking your nose around in their business, pal. You'll really regret it if you upset that lady. Alright, I get the picture. Hey, wait a minute. What did he just say? That lady? Who's this lady he's talking about, Nick? We gotta find out what the story with this lady is. Alright, well, I'll do that right now. This girl who works over at Tender Lender. You want to stay away from her, okay? I mean it. She does look kind of unforgiving, doesn't she? That should be the least of your worries, pal. What's that supposed to mean? What could be worse? Oh. Wait, didn't Furio call her Violetta? Was I reading that incorrectly? Her name's Viola Cadaverini. She's the only granddaughter of Bruto Cadaverini. Bruto Cadaverini. Do you know who that is, Nick? Never heard of him. Bruto Cadaverini's the boss of the Cadaverini family. The Cadaverinis. Oh, that's one scary sounding name. We can't touch them. They're way too powerful for the police. But you're thinking of taking them on, aren't you? No, I don't remember ever saying I was going to. Better get some more info out of Gumshoe about this family. I'm not sure if I really want to get involved in this, but who are the Cadaverinis? Who are they? Scary bunch of people, that's who. You're a cop and you're scared? What's that about? He's still... He can still be scared. Trust me, it doesn't matter if you're a kid or a cop. These guys are scary. They've got some serious clout in the criminal underworld. We can't touch them. They've got too much moolah. Moolah? As in, they pretty much control all the cash on the city's black market. Black market. And that includes tender lender, I take it. Sure, no one stands up to the Bruto Cadaverini. And I mean no one. Interesting. So, Viola's the granddaughter of some mafia boss, then? Yeah, everyone knows how much Bruto loves his little girl. She means everything to him. So, how did she end up at Tenderlender? I don't know, pal. But I heard she and the boss of Tenderlender are pretty tight. Tight? That's what it said in a file I read related to Maggie's case. Sounds like a pretty important clue. So what exactly is a computer virus detective gumshoe? I don't know. What? Look, I just go with the flow, alright, pal? Here I thought detectives were supposed to be somewhat knowledgeable. What's with that face, pal? You think you know what a virus is? Well, Nick, do you? Computer virus? Sure. I mean, only in simple terms, of course. Really? Wow, you know everything, Professor Nick. Yeah, I'm gonna call you Dr. Wright from now on. Hey, that sounds pretty cool. Don't you agree, Dr. Wright? Why do I get the feeling they're making fun of me? Okay, fine. I'm no expert, but I can at least explain the basics to the two of you. See, I was about to say, like, I've been saying that this might be related to a later case. I wonder if this has got something to do with this case. I don't know if this is setting up things for later, or if this is actually relevant to what's going on right now. A virus is a program that gets inside a computer and causes damage. Damage? You mean it makes the machine go boom and explode? No, the damage is, well, it's all internal. So the inside goes boom, right? Imagine all the case data you've got stored on your PCs here in the station. Virus could wipe out all, Virus could wipe out all that. That's the kind of damage I'm talking about. Whoa, that's scary. Yeah, what's even more scary is that viruses are infectious. Infectious? Most computers are connected together on a network, right? The virus can move from one machine to another over the network, so the virus just keeps spreading faster and faster. Just like a real virus, huh? But Nick, why would anyone want to make a program like that? Yeah, it takes ages to type in all that data. Why would you want to destroy it, pal? Because it's incriminating. For one. No, people don't infect their own machines. They send the virus to someone else's. What? That's horrible. Oh, I get it. It's like you sneezing on Mr. Godot so he catches a cold. Wow, that is a really awful time for this joke to be made. Well, in terms of me streaming it, not the game actually being made. Right. Right, then he wouldn't be able to turn up in court because he'd be too sick. You really shouldn't do stuff like that, Nick. It's wrong. Who? What? Where? When and why did the conversation jump to talking about me? Anyway, that's what a computer virus is. A bad program that causes damage. And all the different viruses have names, right? I kind of feel like I've heard the name of the virus we caught somewhere else before. The name of the virus, huh? I feel like I've heard of it before, too. Wait, what? Hang on, what was it? And all the different viruses have names, right? I kind of feel like I've heard the name of the virus we caught somewhere before. The name of the virus, huh? I feel like I've heard of it. Heard of it before, too. Did they tell me the name of the virus and I just, like, glossed over it? heck is going on? This must be the chief of the detectives here. He looks lost now that the power to the computer has been cut. Oh well, I guess I'll just have to read the paper now. Alternatively, you could read some reports. Just a suggestion. The heck is this? This paper's more than a month old. Someone's written all over it. Who's the clown that put this on my desk? Well, speak up. He just wadded up and chucked it in the trash. That's an important piece of evidence. What the fuck is going on here? I'm so confused. That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. Batteries won't last forever. Remember that when you're having fun in bed. You have a winner. A little joke to make people think about their smoke alarms. Yes. Smoke alarms. Because when you're talking about something with something that's battery powered, and that you should be thinking about it in bed, smoke alarms is the thing that comes to mind, and nothing else. Must be coming up with slogans for a fire safety campaign. I guess. Does he even know what he's trying to get across anymore? I feel like there was probably like a long-running joke examining that guy. That I probably could have picked up on a bit more if I had visited often, but oh. Yeah, like I feel like I just completely missed. I guess we'll talk about him. I would go flashing that photo around if I were you, pal. Why not? That guy rules the criminal underworld. You could get yourself in serious trouble. I'm talking say your prayers trouble. You're shaking, detective. Like a leaf. I'm just, you know, kind of on edge at the moment, if you know what I mean. Oh, this guy, the tiger. Is he famous? Yeah, this guy's not a lone shark, you know. Nope, he's a big lone cat. Hence the name. Don't pay him back, and you'd better say your prayers, because he'll eat you alive. You're shaking, detective. Like a leaf. I'm just, you know, a little on edge at the moment. I have a feeling I may be able to break the locks on Viola if I try hard enough. Alright, let's give this a shot. The head bandage. You said that bandage around your head was from an operation. You also said you suffered a fatal injury to the head, correct? Yes, the operation was very difficult, apparently. Now, by fatal injury, you mean you were hurt very badly somehow, right? Did the injury in question have something to do with this? No. Well? Donuts. Huh? I baked them myself. Homemade donuts. Have one. What's inside? Jam and... I'm sorry, but I didn't quite catch that. Thanks, but no thanks. I think I'll pass. Guess that was a flop. What happened to this woman for her to have such a huge bandage around her head? There must be some piece of evidence that'll prompt her to tell me what happened. Now, by fatal injury... Oh, I got an achievement for that, apparently, by being offered donuts. Okay, the other thing is probably this. Yep. I have here a car repair bill. From this, it seems pretty obvious that this car was involved in an accident. Let me see that. This bill was made out to the Cadaverinis. Yes, it is. I don't think I ever introduced myself. Tell me, what do the Cadaverinis have to do with me? Something tells me she's not about to say hi and introduce herself. Alright then. Your relationship with the Cadaverinis is very strong, and this is why. I mean... Like, I either present her own profile or the profile of her grandfather. I know exactly who you are, Viola Cadaverini. You sustained that injury in a traffic accident, didn't you?
It happened about 4 months ago. I was driving in one of our family cars when someone pulled out in front of me. It was a motorbike, or something like that. I don't remember it much. Anyway, I swerved to try and avoid it, but... I took a blow to the head. A bad one.
Yeah, I can imagine. So what happened to the person on the bike? I'm guessing they didn't get away with injuring the Viola Cadaverini, right?
I don't know what happened to them. They ran away, or so I heard.
Ran away?
If they'd stayed, I'd have...
Is it possible? Could the person who committed the hit and run have been... Yeah. It was this man, wasn't it? He was the cause of your accident. Oh. Charles, you were right. It's not... Yeah. Sorry, I should have put this together earlier. Furio is not the one who's kind of like, the big dog here. It's actually Viola, because she's part of a mafia family. And the reason that Furio is kind of like, shows deference to her and no one else is because she is part of a mafia family. And he almost killed her as well.
It wasn't Don Tigre. I refuse to believe it. We collided. The motorbike and my car. But Don Tigre isn't injured at all, is he?
It was the tiger who caused Viola to crash. I can feel it. Plus, one of her locks just broke, so she must suspect it was him too. I'm sorry, Mrs. Cadaverini, but I have proof that the tiger was involved in a traffic accident on his bike. I sure do. It's not exactly a motorbike, but Mr. Tigre rides around on a scooter, doesn't he? And you'll notice that the front wheel guard is badly damaged. Miss Cadaverini? You know the truth, don't you? This repair bill was paid by Furio Tigre. The Cadaverinis have known for ages who caused the accident, haven't they?
It's possible. Perhaps. Somewhere inside me, I know that may be true.
I knew it.
But Don Tigre still saved my life. The operation was very complicated. It was very, very expensive.
How much are we talking?
Very, very, very expensive.
She's kind of hesitant about giving me an actual figure. I should back off. Well, anyway, it was the tiger who paid for it, right?
After I recovered, Don Tigre told me. He said he paid for the operation because he cared about me. I believe him.
Really? But do you honestly believe that to be true? Do you want to know what I think? I think the reason he paid for the operation wasn't because of you, but someone else. Perhaps I shouldn't be saying this, but your grandfather, Bruno Cadaverini, controls a lot of dubious cash, right? And you are his beloved pride and joy. Sure, I don't know exactly how much the operation cost, but if you weren't the granddaughter of Mr. Cadaverini, do you think Mr. Tigre would have paid the money?
$1 million. That's a lot of money. 4 months ago, I was in a traffic accident. That's why I needed the operation. When I woke up, they told me it was nothing serious. A simple procedure.
Oh, really? Well, I guess if she recovered in 4 months, it couldn't have been too big.
They said the operation cost $1 million.
$1 million?
My grandfather ordered Don Tigre to pay $1 million in compensation.
Compensation, huh? That's underworld lingo for paying money to settle a score. Basically, pay or get into some serious trouble.
But $1 million? This has to be related to our poisoning case somehow. I wanted to believe him. I wanted to trust what Don Tigre said. He said it had nothing to do with my grandfather being Bruto Cadavarini. I wanted to believe he helped me because he cared about me, not about my grandfather. But I knew that wasn't really true.
Wow. I'm so sorry.
What he did to get the money was... it was... evil.
Huh?
He said it was all for me, so I helped him.
You helped him? In what way?
Here, take these.
What are these? Medical papers?
I'm Bruto Cadaverini's granddaughter. He had to pay compensation. He was made an offer. He simply couldn't refuse.
$1 million bill for cranial surgery. Payment was due last year. Wait. Oh, right. We're in January. Thing happened in December. This would have happened 3 months before that. Right. Viola's medical papers added to the court record. Wow. I feel so bad for Viola. It's inexcusable. Huh? There are two things that I consider inexcusable. Poisoning and betrayal. Only a coward would hurt people using either of these tactics. Is everything alright, Nick? We should get going. Right after we finish our espresso. Yeah. Won't need to convince Viola of anything else, so I guess I can get rid of this. Repairable, throw it into the trash. Okay. I feel like we need to lighten the mood just a little bit here, because, oh, fuck, that was a lot. Also, I'm not sure when I'm going to be able to get to do this again, so, actually, let me check that Charles is here, because otherwise I won't do it. Charles, are you still here? Actually, this would be a good time for me to check something, too. Okay, maybe Charles isn't here. Fuck. Oh, god damn it. Oh, that sucks. Oh, man. Because that Sparta joke knocked... That joke knocked me on my ass. It was so good. You know what? I'm gonna make a special save for this. And by that I mean I'm gonna save specifically here. Yeah, let's move on. We need to talk to... Oh. Where do we go now? I was actually going through this pretty quickly. Like, I didn't get stuck too many places, but I guess this is my first point getting stuck. probably present this to Gumshoe. What do you think about this? Sorry, pal, I can't discuss anything connected to the case. Hey, I thought you said you were going to help us out. Well, I can't help you out if I don't have any info. Yeah, I suppose the retrial has only just begun. Murder occurred. I guess so. Tape around it. Coffee, don't go with the tablecloth, Maya. Blah, blah. How can I picture you doing just that? Okay, that doesn't seem to be any different. So what have we got that's new? Oh, actually, you know what? Maybe now that we've diffused the shit that's been going on in Tenderlander, maybe we'll be able to use the CD player? I don't know how we do that, but... Oh, no, it's still examined. Fuck. God damn it. I feel like we're right at the end, too. Like, I don't know... What else is there to really say? No. Excuse me. Let me get 1,000,000 of white grubbles off my chest and I'll take one quick look. Got an earthquake of frustrations. On second thought, forget it. 1,000,000 grubbles for one quick look doesn't sound like a good deal for me. Oh, fuck it. Okay. But yeah, we already did that. I mean, yeah, like, the only person we haven't questioned, again, is Armstrong. But I don't know where they are. This restaurant contains oyster sauce. What's that? She used Chinese food. Look at the knives, they're really sharp. I'd like to see how through a cheesecake. This looks like a treasure chest or something. Wow, look at all these little bottles. Oh, they're aromatherapy oils. He's got so many, they're overflowing onto the floor. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 7, 98, 99. Oh, I've already read this, actually. I remember doing that same joke. I mean, I don't think there's anything in this room that really catches my eye as, like, new. That's worth examining. Would you mind looking at this? Oh, yeah. Oh, I guess we're going to see it anyway, because I'm going to accidentally bump into the joke again. I'm sorry, that data is super admin restricted desktop access password protected. Super admin restricted desktop access password protected? What? This is madness! No, Maya. This is Sparta. Fuck me. She won't tell us unless we have the right code word. Code word? Sesame. It's not Sesame, then it must be her mother's maiden name. That's how it always is. There's no point in having a password if it's always the same thing, Maya. I guess she doesn't want to talk about this. Maybe we should ask her about Glenelg. We already did that. We did do that, right? I'm not imagining things. About Mr. Elg. He was a top programmer. I didn't even say he was a genius. But he did suffer from 1 or 2 bugs in his personality. Yeah, we did see this. Like what? He's a bit of a loser, perhaps that would be the best way to describe it. That's what got him into trouble. What's the matter? He was a top programmer. I would even say he was a genius. So he was really no trouble at all. A model employee. Hey, wait a minute. Just now you said something about being trouble. Trouble, exactly. Well, I mean, we know what it is. Oh. Oh. Now I just feel stupid. About Mr. Elg. Was he in some kind of trouble? I'm sorry, why would you think that? I thought you said something about it just now. You said he got himself into trouble because he was a bit of a loser. Yeah, there it is. 3 Psyche locks? I guess Mr. Elg is like every other man with his own pile of secrets. Haha. Man, we're pulling out all the jokes today. Holy shit. Well, all the references, I guess. They're not really. Yeah. Okie dokie. I think we have this one pretty down pat. Glenn's troubles. So, how about you tell me what kind of trouble Mr. Elg was in? I'm sorry, sir, but we don't deal with troubleshooting here. Perhaps you'd like to speak to someone in customer service? What's she talking about? I guess I better just take a shot and see where it gets me. Miss Basil, let me ask you something. Did Mr. Elg's troubles have something to do with this?
Take that!
What is that? A bunch of horse racing tickets. All losing ones. With that many tickets, you could get $1 at the recycling center. You good people are very, very bad. Cashing in on other misfortunes is immoral. Is that a whiff of hypocrisy I smell? But what is the relevance of these tickets? The victim, Mr. Glenn Elg, he had a gambling habit, didn't he? I don't think that's a logical conclusion based on the facts. Everyone likes to go to the races from time to time. Yeah, but not everyone buys this many tickets. Anyway, I don't believe that proves anything on its own. You're right, but I'm not through yet. Mr. Elg's gambling wasn't restricted to horse races, was it?
Take that!
Everyone likes to gamble from time to time. Huh? But be careful. If you're careless, you could lose everything. Your money, people's trust, etc. Looks like I got that one wrong. Anyway, I don't believe that proves anything on its own. You're right, but I'm not through yet. Mr. Elg's gambling wasn't restricted to horse races, was it?
Take that!
Okay, I guess this doesn't explicitly talk about the lottery. However, this is literally a flyer describing the time of the lottery call. I think that's another correct answer for this, but sure. The lottery, horse racing, he bought a lot of tickets and lost a lot of times. That's got to have hurt his wallet pretty bad, don't you think? Maybe bad enough to be the cause of some pretty serious trouble, perhaps? No! You alright? Glenn did have a gambling habit. You good people must not follow his example, do you understand? Trust me, even if I wanted to, I don't exactly have the money to buy any. But if you win, there's no problem, is there? And Glenn had a winning ticket, didn't he? For $500,000. Yeah, but it's hard to imagine how he could have been in trouble then, isn't it? He can't have been in financial troubles. He just got a ticket to win the lottery. Fucking excuse me? But that was his first stroke of good luck. He was in deep trouble before that. Deep trouble? What do you mean? Mr. Elg's real problem is with someone or something more terrifying and ferocious. Oh no, that's Sean.
Furio Tigre, the boss of a loan office called Tenderlender. Tenderlender? People with businesses should think harder before naming their offices. Like you're one to talk. Well, what do you think? Our firm is doing very well at the moment. I don't think we need to borrow money. No. I mean, about Mr. Elg. You think Glenn had something to do with this Furio Tigre? Yes. I'm sorry, I don't know of any connection between the two of them. Really? So I've got proof that Mr. Elg and the tiger knew each other. And that is the CD. Huh? Well, what do you think? I'm not sure, let's ask one of the programmers. Excuse me, can you answer this man's query, please? The data queue that manages system tasks for troubleshooting requires the multitasking simulation for local variables to be put into sleep mode, and the transmission on active nodes can be bundled together according to the source code. Obviously. So I'm afraid that is the situation, you see. Did you good people follow all that? Not even slightly. What was all that mumbo-jumbo? It is exactly as my programmer explained. I guess I picked the wrong piece of evidence there. What the fuck? Glenn had a lot of friends, Mr. Wright. You think Glenn had something to do with this Furio Tigre? Yes. I'm sorry, I don't know of any connection between the two of them. Really? Because I've got proof that Mr. Elg and the tiger knew each other. Do I? I've got proof that Mr. Elg and the tiger knew each other. What fucking proof do I have of that? I thought the CD would have been it. Like, the CD that Elg had that ended up in Tenderlender. I guess it's not, like, solid proof. Oh, fuck me. Maybe I didn't have this down pat as I thought. Shit. Because I can't talk to Furio at the moment. What the fuck is going on? I guess I've been making the assumption that they met up just because of the meta information that I've been given, but that I don't actually have anything that ties Furio to Elg specifically.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I actually have the evidence for that. Or at the very least, like, I have the evidence, but I don't realize it's evidence. Yeah. Examine the desk again? No. Got everything we could from the desk. Yeah, I guess we don't have solid proof that he actually took out a loan, for example. Did I examine everything in here? Code. Yeah. Yeah. CD player on the desk, but the desk is so loud I can barely hear it. Lid's open. I wonder what kind of music. Have you finished the coffee? Yeah. Yes, thanks. It was lovely. So, you drank it all? Yeah. Yep. If you touch anything else that doesn't belong to you, there's always another cup. Coffee. It was laced or something. Nick, my stomach, it's killing me. Oh wait, maybe it was just the burger I ate this morning. Yeah, sure it was. I don't think I missed anything. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Oh, I'm so dumb. I am so dumb. The thing literally had information on it, and I didn't read the goddamn, text on it. Oh, shit. God damn it. Do with this. Tickets. Shoots to horse races. Also had that. Terrifying and ferocious, which is Furio. And then I present that. Yep. Furio Tigre, aka the Tiger, is the boss of a loan office called Tenderlander. This is who Mr. L met with on the day of his murder. And the only thing a loan shark would talk with him about would be his debt. No! It's true that Glenn had racked up quite a bit of debt from his gambling habit. About $100,000, I think. $100,000? Ouch. But I heard he won the lottery, so he should have been in the clear. Shame Maggie couldn't get a bit of that good luck. Okay, so the guy got lucky and won the lottery. But what if he hadn't won? What was his plan then? Well, this isn't easy to say, but he said he would use his talents to repay the money. His talents? I suspect he was talking about programming. What computer program is worth $100,000? Well, I mean IP rights. Perhaps you good people should leave so I can get back to my office. I'm so close to cracking her. The program in question, was it by any chance this? Is that when I present the CD? Oh, it's a very delicate matter. Without necessary data, there's really no way I can access the information. I know Mr. L created some sort of program. She can't deny it if I show her the program itself as evidence. So close to cracking her. The program? What? Wow, this has completely thrown me for a fucking loop. The program in question?
Take that!
MC... No. Fucking shit. Created some kind of program. She can't deny it if I show her the program itself as evidence. I'm so close to cracking her. The program in question isn't this. I don't know... Okay, I'm officially confused. The program in question? Okay, hold on. Super admin protected. Yep, Sparta. What program? I am so fucking confused now. This was the same thing before where like Gumshoe was talking about a virus. Like we knew of the name, and then Phoenix was like, "Oh yeah, I've heard the name of the virus too," and I'm like, "I don't think we have." What? I think I need to look this up. This has hit me so far from... Jesus fucking Christ. Oh wow, that's a lot of text and not no like steps. Okay, fuck it. Okay, fuck it. We're gonna try and do it ourselves. Like Okay, what do we know? There's a program that has been referred to. We don't know its name, and we need to show it. The only other references to programs we have seen is a virus that's been attacking the police network. That's like, I think that's literally the only other mention of a program that has been mentioned. So it has to do so the program has to be something to do with that, right? And like, I did think before that, like, I don't know if I actually said it or not, But I thought that maybe the disc was, like, something more valuable than just, like, his mixtape or something like that. Like, in fact, it would make a lot of sense, like, because, Miss CEO here, talked earlier about how the virus, or their programs were stored on CDs, right? So I was like, oh, maybe that's what's on the CD, and, like, completely forgot about that afterward. So I guess, like, we need to confirm what's on the CD, right? And so this is something weird. I feel like we've somehow managed to sequence break something here, because Gumshoe and Phoenix were talking about a virus name that we've heard before, but I have explicitly not. I don't think I've heard it. Detective Gumshoe, I'm about this. What? I'm trying to concentrate on Maggie and the virus right now, so I... Ah! This is it! This stupid name! I remember now! I thought so. Here it comes. Don't just nod to yourself and keep me in the dark, Nick. What's going on? It's okay, Maya. You don't have to cry about it. What? The name scribbled on the sports paper and written on that CD. That's the name of the virus. MC Bomber. What? Yeah, the virus that's just infected every computer in the station, pal. It's MC Bomber. Can you give us any more details, please? Oh my god, how did I miss this? We already knew about the MC Bomber virus for a while back. A group of criminals issued a series of demands to the head honchos of law enforcement. They threatened to release the virus if their demands weren't met. Who are they? I don't know. Some hotshots from the criminal underworld would be my guess. Now the virus has been released. Yeah, it's in every computer in every public office in the city. Everyone's going nuts. They're hopping around like they're dancing at a carnival. All this stuff with criminals and viruses. Almost feels like we're in a sci-fi movie. Apparently the programmer who made the virus was a real genius or something. Focus right now is on tracing the route of this virus on the black market. You mean someone put this virus up for sale? Yeah, because this one's so powerful, they're estimating its price tag is in the millions of dollars, pal. The millions? A virus can be worth that much? Ah! I can't believe it. I almost forgot the most important thing. And that is? You know, the lunchbox. How did everything go? I also was confused why we didn't actually end up doing something about this, but... Lunchbox? Do you remember the weenies? I hate weenies. Oh, yes, those weenies. So, how did my weenies taste when they went down the hatch? Huh? Well, it was delicious. Yeah, that's what she said? Really? Well, not exactly. Don't worry about it, pal. I figured something would happen, so I came prepared. Prepared? What do you mean? I made a jumbo lunchbox. Oh. Do me a favor again, huh, pal, and deliver this. Sure is a heavy burden, more ways than one. I can just imagine Maggie's little eyes sparkling with joy when you bring her that. Weenies again, Nick? Tell me you don't have to eat all these too. This is the same thing again. I really can't eat any more. What the fuck is going on? Oh. Well. Huh. So I guess you were meant to present that, or actually no. The reason that last bit of conversation probably happened was in relation to us unlocking or having talked to Gumshoe about everything. So it's possible that, like, there was earlier circumstances where I should have showed that to Gumshoe. I guess it's probably in the name of the virus, but I don't know, like, unless I missed it in the conversation that one of the other detectives and the chief were having, I didn't see the name MC Bomber get thrown around. Yeah. Weird. Okay, round 2. I actually have the things now. Having troubles with tickets. And more tickets. No, he was scared of Furio. I know there's a connection because calendar. Let's plan then. Talents, programming, blah blah blah. Yep. Well, I know what it is now because it's the CD. I went around the long way. Well, this is it, isn't it? This is the virus that's infecting computers worldwide as we speak. MC Bomber. No! Nice. Glenn's head had more processing power than any computer, but it had been infected with a gambling virus. Glenn was in too deep. You mean he was in debt? Yes, $100,000 in debt. Not an easy amount to repay. So... He said he was taking on some extra work. Something a bit risky. Risky? How? Maybe he was going to become a waitress at Tribulations? Where do you come up with these ideas? So it's safe to say Mr. L was the creator of this virus, huh? The MC Bomber virus? Yes. It was a work of genius. In a bad sort of way, of course, but still genius. Something like that would probably fetch several $1 million on the black market. Inconceivable. Gumshoe was right for a change. Wow, Phoenix. This date, December 3rd, that is marked on his calendar. That was his deadline for repaying his debts. Beta virus made by Glenn L, potentially worth millions of dollars. I guess we won't be needing these horse racing tickets anymore. And I was losing horse race tickets thrown back on the floor. Use the trash can, Nick. Okay, so now that we've done that, yep, there we go. Oh, bonjour. I have been waiting for you to return. Mr. Armstrong. Oh, good timing. I was hoping to find you here. We'd like to ask you a few questions. Well, he hasn't got anything to say. He hasn't got anything to say to you, fellas. Oh, fucking god. Ah, it's Zinniop. Who are you calling Zinniop? Who are you calling Zinniop? Ah! Come out from under the table already, Maya. Okay, hand it over. What? You just want to play games with me? I don't recommend that. The medical papers. Now. Oh. I think he wants Viola Cadaverini's papers back. You mean this? The $1 million medical papers? Miss Cadaverini trusted you. That's why she said that she helped you. Forget about it. That girl's dumber than an eggplant. You just want to know what's sad? I'll tell you what's sad. And it ain't only her face. She thinks she's got power because she's Bruto's little girl. Now that's sad. I can't let you have these papers. Tomorrow in court, I'm going to expose what you did to get get the 1 million you used to pay this off. Are you crazy or something? I don't care if you want to give it to me or not. There's 2 of us here. You got that? 2. Oui. Mr. Armstrong? Oh, forgive me. Désolé. I cannot argue with him. That really hurt. That all you's got? I'll be taking those papers now. Armstrong, get the lighter. Wait! Don't take it too hard, Phoenix Wright. So stupid.
Shouldn't have left my guard down. Those medical papers were vital evidence.
Hold it, pal. Yeah, Gumshoe, let's go. Detective Gumshoe? Detective? You think you're gonna stop me, copper? Beat it! Go out! Whoa! Come on, Gumshoe, keep it together. You guys, get out of here. Leave this guy to me. But go, pal, and take this. If you get hurt, who's gonna look after Maggie, huh? Alright. Thanks, Gumshoe. Wait, Nick, don't leave me behind. I'll get even with that guy tomorrow in court. Tender lender was going down. And there we go. Going way over time because I guess that's just how these streams are for now. Oh, two-part trial too. Oh boy. That's gonna be a lot. Cool. That got far more complicated than I thought. And then I got confident because I was piecing it all together and immediately looked like a dumbass. So, me playing Ace Attorney games in general. So yeah, I'm going to be playing this tomorrow. Hopefully earlier in the day than I did this time. I don't think I'm going to be streaming tonight. I did like throw around the idea of doing a PoE stream, but this stream was a lot longer than I thought it was going to be. So no, I think that's off the table at this point. But yeah, Ace Attorney tomorrow, returning to Persona 5 during the week. Persona 5 Strikers during the week. We're up to the next jail in Persona, and we're about to hit a trial in this. So, fuck, I had a good quip there, and then I just lost it. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours, so that's kind of expected. Anyway. Thank you very much for watching live or on the VODs. I really appreciate it. I hope you all have a lovely day, and I hope to see you all next time.